what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. I'll save Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save.
Yeah, here we are. Forge trials are here ahead of the LAN next month. And not just over 2 months, actually, in May down in San Antonio. But we got to we got a whole lot to go through. And especially, we got a double feature tonight in Division 3 for Overwatch. Can't wait to see, some of these teams. Will they start up in a great run here?
Yeah, we're looking first towards Southeastern State for Oklahoma. They'll be taking up their run as coming in as the #1 seed from their division in Central B. The #2 within the playoff graphic against our #7 seed with Milwaukee. They're the Milwaukee School of Engineering. My goodness, we are struggle bustling our way through this. I had the graphics up beforehand, so I'm like cheating, but I really should have just said, hey, producer, thank you so much. Now you guys get to see what is going on, but things with playoffs still will stay the same in terms of our format. We'll keep in this first to 3 with our same hero bands, 1 per team per each round. So structurally, not too many changes, but all it is now is a double Elam bracket for a chance to get to the top of Division 3.
So I believe here in Division 3, it's just we go. We just run it here in Division 3. There is no double elim. Because I thought that too. I double checked. That isn't right. No, it's single elim for this first round. Then it's a third place game and a grand final later on. So it's do or die for these teams. Obviously, MSOE will enter this game as the underdog, as the lower seed. But sometimes a little bit of playoff magic. We've seen it even in the March Madness tournament going on right now in pro sports. Teams can go on a run. So sometimes you just need a little bit of magic to get you over the line, and that's what MSOE will be hoping for. And for Southeastern Oklahoma, it's going to be, hey, keep doing exactly what we've been doing, right? There's been a ton of success over there in their division. Now they cross over, play MSOE from the other Central Division. They'll want to show out early here, and Lijiang Tower will be the first map to see if they can.
Yeah, it'll be a Southeastern map pick, and yeah, they've only lost one game the entirety of this season, and a true dominant run so far in Division 3, and I think you're on opposite sides of the conference, so you'd never had any previous interaction or previous common opponents between these two. So, of course, on paper, Southeastern going to look like the stronger team, but Milwaukee School of Engineering still coming into this 4-3, snuck in for that 4th seed in their own side of the Central A bracket. So we're gonna get ready to go into Lijiang Tower here. Lucio and Genji, the bands to start.
Yeah, the Lucio band, I could definitely see MSOE's band of Genji. Maybe a little bit more niche, but we'll see here as, yeah, the Forge Trials presented by the Army National Guard. Find your calling at nationalguard.com. That is what they're all playing for here in the playoffs, and it will be Night Market, and sorry, not Night Market, Gardens to start off here. And we have a cat sighting, Molly. I'm not sure if we're going to stick it, but we have seen Jetpack Cat, especially on these very open maps, see some playtime here and there.
Yeah, and Southeastern was the team to ban the Lucio too, so rolling out on this Jetpack Cat will in fact be Dark Folks, so he's going to help get Fluff Nuggets, which is a fantastic gamer tag, by the way, to this fight a lot sooner than you would just having a Domina, a very immobile target, and you tend to take a beating, but you want to be able to play at range and have the setup, and it is Bucket who, well, will be kicking the bucket first for MSOE. Southeastern, going to see how well they can stay in front of this point. As long as Nave has the Ramattra form up, it's hard to walk, so Fluff Nuggets will work to take him down next and get Southeastern to the first cap.
Yeah, the Ramattra is great to get up to that choke point and start holding that space, but sometimes it can be a little tricky to actually hold onto it, especially when a Domina is just wrecking your backline with the range differential, and now Navy will have to try and find a different way around. You know, Dark is just kind of zooming in and out, trying to be just a little bit of a nuisance here for MSOE, create a little bit of chaos.
Yeah, chaos, get a poke damage, good amount of healing that can go in. Haven't seen like too many crazy plays just with the grapple yet. It's a very gimmicky part of the character that you don't really see in competitive play. You don't really need to worry about the Jetpack Cat. If Allocate will be taking out Tired in the Tracer 1v1 and is free to do whatever he wishes in the back line, and Fluff Nuggets as solid as ever towards the front end. So it's a nice pinch that Allocate is able to set up with his tank player, and one by one we'll see these MSOE players start to fall.
Yeah, this has been brilliant so far from Southeastern. And even though, yes, they lose Fluff Nugget near the end, and actually MSOE, they find the flip during the chaos of that fight. So actually, yeah, the Raiders lock in as soon as Fluff Nuggets goes down, opens up a bit more of the fight for the Raiders to swoop in and get the flip on over. But now this is where the Jetpack Cat especially could get a little tricky. You're going to see already the lifeline ready to go.
Ooh.
Well, don't need a lifeline for that. Bucket's already gone.
Yeah, Fluff Nuggets here has been having a great time on this Domina. Even uses the Panopticon off the Moira. Apollo Bugs is during Coalescence. Doesn't do anything to stop the ult, and neither does the Catnapper. Things going from bad to worse for Southeastern. That was a huge commitment from them, Jesse. And all it took was Nave popping this Annihilation out and shutting Southeastern down.
That as well as a pulse bomb from Tired during that fight. Nice little icing for the Raiders to get another fight under their belt. And I have a feeling maybe the Jetpack Cat will be swapped off soon. Spacemaker will make the first one, though. Going over to the Cassidy, getting a little tired of Tired. Always being in the back line with the Tracer and getting a lot of value as, yeah, Allocata, sorry. They give us the pronouncements, everybody. Sometimes it takes like 1 or 2 tries to get it going. Looking for a pulse bomb of their own now.
Yeah, okay, it has it in the back pocket. There's no like Suzu online, or really just available because there's no Kiriko for the Raiders. It should be a free ult, just gotta find a place to stick it. Speaking of Suzu, it's out for Robotic Cat as Southeastern walk in with his Kitsune Rush. Bucket, though, takes a headshot from Spacemaker, knocked out of the overclock of the Pulse Bomb, takes out most of Nave's health bar for Spacemaker to come in and get a triple on this recently swapped Cassidy with the help of Allocate.
Yeah, nice little 3K from Spacemaker, and that'll get the flipping now. MSOE, 1 fight away from winning Gardens, and they still have the Orbital Ray from Hyper. They've been pretty hesitant to use it and it may actually pay off. The only ultimate that MSOE will have to worry about will be this Deadeye that Spacemaker has built pretty quickly, considering how many picks they got in that last fight. And this is where the Jetpack Cat could really shine with the setup.
Yeah, the cat-eye combo is a huge win condition, so there's so little that MSOE can actually do to shut this down. In fact, the best bet is to fight inside the point, but even then, it's not enough to save Tired from Spacemaker's sight. Dark Folks dropping them in, still is the Catnapper, and you're gonna need it. MSOE, a great decision to run back in with Knave's ult, and just completely flip the fight despite losing a player early. I love this resilience from MSOE. It'll get them a flip, and it might just be the final one.
Yeah, considering it was Fluff Nuggets and Spacemaker were the first to spawn, neither of them have a ton of movement. And even though Dark Fox tries to get over, not enough time. MSOE 100-96 to start off Lijiang Tower, and it wasn't the greatest start for the Raiders, but eventually they got there.
Yeah, they made it happen, and I think that with MSOE, it was a lot of kind of reeling in, especially like Bucket, just not taking as aggressive as angles on that Sojourn, seeing how Allocade Fluff Nuggets were really good at poking him out on those more aggressive positions. So once that was reeled in, it seemed like there was a very cohesive game plan in play for MSOE, and it never really gave up, even though they went down players more often than not. We're gonna roll out here onto Night Market for real this time. Still the same compositions by the look of it, just with a swap of Spacemaker over to the Emre.
Yeah, they'll take over Emre. Allocade will now be on the Cassidy. So even though Spacemaker did a great job on the cast, maybe a longer range option will be better here for Southeasterners. Again, MSOE, they just prioritize getting over to the main point. Last time it was a choke. This time, they're just going to be anchoring down, trying to force Southeastern to make a move.
Yeah, MSOE, I think having this Moira too, you're not a huge fan of taking these long fights, and it also means you have to play close quarters to your team, so when things like this happen, you get poked out. That's both supports down for MSOE, and there's just not much that you're really able to do with Southeastern making a call to surround the objective and allow Fluff Nuggets to get the space down main, so only be out 10% for the Raiders.
Yeah, not much there for the Raiders, and that is the advantage of running this double hit scan compared to the Soj Tracer from MSOE, is that they can really stretch it out. It's going to force Hyper and Hollow Fungus, as we saw in that last fight, to really play safe in their positioning, and Navy will just have to be aware of that depending on where they set up.
Be more in main, but Bucket again stunned up with those repulsors out of Fluff Nuggets and getting way too aggressive with his position, and it'll be a second now. Fluff Nuggets walking it down into the front line, knowing Nave is doing his best to trade it out to create Vortex. Somehow grabs Dark Fox off of that. Nave getting so much value of just running it down main and disregarding Fluff Nuggets' existence to begin with, and it's working out beautifully for MSOE.
Yeah, that was the best Vortex I've seen in a while. Like, usually Vortex just used to slow or to mark a choke point, but that time drags Dark Fox down when they're trying to escape. It wins the fight for MSOE, and now this is really aggro.
And you have to do it. I mean, the Coalescence also doesn't care about these shield bubbles the Panopticon does. Fluff Nuggets can do nothing except sit there and accept that Nave has turned him into his own personal punching bag. Like, that is how MSOE are playing. They're leaning into this force of nature that has been Nave.
Yeah, MSOE feels like a team that once they get the momentum going, might be a little bit tricky for Southeastern to catch up. Still 3 ultimates on the board. And you can see already just sending Fluff Nugget all the way to the back so they can start contesting the point, but that can get a little tricky when the squishies are stuck.
I was gonna say, Nave hasn't cared whether Fluff Nuggets has existed or not, and we're gonna see the repulsions of that. Like, yeah, to get the point for Southeastern, but you're going to fight a 4v5, whether you like it or not. Obata-Clat could lay down this Kitsune Rush. I think that will definitely help elongate this fight, but Dark Fox, under so much pressure from Tired, not having the Cassidy alive, means that they've been basically free. Eventually, Fluff Nuggets will come back to avenge, but at this point, MSOE, they have the positioning and are so close to taking this point back into their control. More ults are needed to be committed. It will be the Deadeye, the force MSOE into hiding for Spacemaker, and Robotic-Cat help clean up.
Yeah, MSOE just wipe near the end of it. Too much of a use there from Southeastern. Allocate is like, oh, you're all there. Finally, you know, being the one that's killed at the very beginning of the fight works out. that time for the Cassidy. He's able to swoop in and just create so much space to finish off the fight. And now Southeastern, one fight away from sending us over to Control Center for round 3. Has the catnapping from Dark Fox available, but MSOE, look at all these ultimates that are about to be online.
I was going to say, MSOE, I don't think they're afraid about a catnapper when even Orbital Ray from Hyper to play inside of. Great boop from the Purr. Denies the extra push on the Fluff Nuggets, and we even get the punish after Tired burned the recall. Best case scenario now for SZ, going for the catnap onto Nave. This time, it will be successful. Off the map, he shall fall. And MSOE, they're still going to try to commit to this, to not having much of a team, and it's a decision you may come back to regret, but you don't really have the time. You had to give it a shot regardless. Southeastern just going to outright deny Tired any further stall. We're going to finish this one off in Control Center.
Tired's just trying to corner camp a little bit, wait for that overtime ticker to go down just a slight amount, but that major perk from Reaper can deal tons of damage, and it will be all 3 rounds needed on Lijiang Tower to get this first map settled. Take a look at the standings here, and honestly pretty even. You can tell Fluff Nuggets maybe getting a slight advantage, at least in eliminations over Navy. But in damage-wise, it's the other way around. So you could argue each way. But no, it's been a great little matchup here. I do think this kind of rush style is going to help more for MSOE here on Control Center. But again, it's all a matter for Southeastern getting the Dominus set up, and especially with the Reaper, again, try and hold on to those close quarter angles.
Yeah, I think it can help having like some of the Jetpack Cat here for Dark Fox. I think the value just diminishes drastically though, unless you're putting Dark Fox and Allocade kind of permanently together as this duo to control maybe that high ground towards the outside of the cliff. But you didn't get to the objective first. That was made, and because of that, it's a lot easier now for MSOE to just walk at this Domina. You're a sitting duck if you allow this team to get too close, and with Bucket being on a Reaper now especially, like it's so much more difficult for Southeastern. Will be in Milwaukee for its cut.
Milwaukee swoop in, and this time, it's for the first time in all 3 rounds, it's Milwaukee that kind of wins a scramble of a first fight for the control. Like you said, Dark Fox, I like the Jetpack Cat. It's not as much here. Like, yes, the catnapping, you still have a pretty easy line of sight to where you're going to want to get that done. But other than that, it's really constraining here in the close quarters to get anything out of it. So it's a lot, even more pressure on the Fluff Nugget to make that space, and David's going to make that difficult.
Yeah, even now, good to put sub 200 HP. You don't really care. You have a Moira at your back. Coalescence already up for Hollow Fungus. See how quickly he's managed to build that repeatedly. And Abe is just going to go ahead and say, you know what? You're not coming back into this room. Take the Annihilation. And, yep, that is going to be all she wrote for that one.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick one, right? Nice little simple press of a Q. And the fight just pretty much disintegrates in front of Southeastern's eyes. And this little bit of a, I won't say a spawn hold, but a very close hold is going to be an issue. Bucket finds one, Fluff Nuggets will fall, and another quick fight will immediately go the way of Milwaukee. It's just Dark Fox left. There's not a whole lot the cat can do in a 1v5, sadly, for Southeastern. And now, yes, some of these ultimates be coming online, 4 and nearly the 5th. And already, again, maybe this ult combo with the Deadeye will be used once again.
Yeah, but how do you get a good angle for it? Like, Allocate keeps getting dropped into this room. A sketchy situation. It forces a lot of tools from MSOE, but they're all just running it down to the back. Allocate returns from behind. It'll be a triple over to the Southeastern Cassidy player. Eventually, he'll be shut down, but the damage already been done.
You can tell Allocate gets there's like, where is everybody? They all just ran at the rest of the team? What the heck? Like, that's not how that was supposed to go. But still finds the value. Nice little cheeky play there. But now that the Deadeye is gone, Allocate, partially just due to time, needing to get back, will match the Tracer of Tire.
With the Kitsune Rush, though, from Robotic Cat. So many ult dumped onto this one fight, and it is utter annihilation, favoring the MSOE Raiders. And yeah, it was a great call from Bucket to just pop down that Death Blossom in the middle of the rush. Southeastern had no chance to push its final fight, and to see if Dark Fox can get a touch.
Maybe Spacemaker on the legs is able to get something, but is already called out from Tired to go through server side to make this even more difficult. But they do find one.
Yeah, I believe it was Dark Fox. Gets a little low on the objective here. Fluff Nuggets over to the right. Bucket certainly wasn't expecting that one. Nave, though, kind of okay. Just to put Fluff Nuggets in his place with this annihilation. Go ahead and close this one out. MSOE Raiders, they might be the 7th seed, Jesse, but they are number 1 here when it comes to Lijiang Towers. They're going to start this series off ahead.
Yeah, maybe an upset brewing here in the first round of Division 3 Central Playoffs. MSOE, they will steal away control in Lijiang Tower in a 2-1. And even though, yes, this was, again, these cat eye plays, they never get old, but it's actually not that. It's actually just the normal 3K that Spacemaker got right after he made the swap over on Gardens. That really opened up the rest of that fight. But no, this is going to be an interesting one. Now, these bans, we'll see how it goes on, right? I have a feeling maybe MSOE bans the cat, depending on what map Southeastern would like to go next. If it's a very open map that you can really take advantage of the skies, the cat could definitely see a ban. On the other side, if they want to match like a rush, go at King's Row, but no Ramatra, that would be music to the noise of Southeastern.
Yeah, I think for the sake of Southeastern, they may struggle a little bit more if they continue to play this Domina on very, like, brawl-heavy-ish maps where you're not you don't have a set high ground or a set range. And I think it's why we see it more on, like, specifically defensive sites, even on when it comes to the dominant gameplay these days. So we'll see how that is an adjustment. Does it validate a ban? I'm not really sure. I think it depends on what I think it depends on the hero pool of what your team is. I can't imagine using 2 out of the 5 still pretty new heroes. Tells me you've had some other strategy that has worked for you in the past. So whether they decide to switch it up or not, I think it will depend on the map type we go to, especially if that is a hybrid or escort. That is where we may nail home that Ramatra ban.
Yeah, especially, Kings Row. Even a Midtown can sometimes get tricky. Even though the dominant defense there, we've seen it, the normal collegiate playoffs and elsewhere, it's nasty. Like, it is unbelievable how much space you can hold on Midtown with the dominant. But all the power is in the hands of Southeastern on where they would like to go next. Maybe they even go like Circuit, Circuit, very long-range maps like that, Havana, Rialto, somewhere they can really stretch the play field. And if they need to protect ban the SIG, force it either to a dominant mirror, or you're really going to be struggling in the range battle if you don't try and match.
Yeah. Well, speaking of space, there won't be much for Southeastern. They are subbing out Spacemaker for this next map. I thought it would be kind of fun. It wasn't as chill. But hey, Vale will be coming in to play the DPS from what we can tell so far, alongside Allocade. Spacemaker was playing primarily hit scan from what we got to see. We'll see if that remains the same, as we are yet to have a full map pick confirmed in yet. But that tells me there is a very specific thought process going into this next play, as it's not too common that we see substitutions these days.
Yeah, no, like we see maybe here and there, like sometimes, you have a main tank player and an off tank player, but even more on tank, everybody just tries to play everything because you want playtime and you also want to get reps. Yeah, it's not the initial route we thought. It's gonna be, we're just gonna switch it up altogether, and Watchpoint Gibraltar, aka Dive City, will be the map to pick for Southeastern. So, no Ramatra. Like, that side of the ban is great, and the Jetpack Cat is definitely still viable here to kind of usher your sniper around some of the high ground in first and third phase. But no, definitely a little bit different.
Ooh, I was about to say this would be really good for Allocade's Tracer. I think Allocade was doing okay, but still having to have Spacemaker swap to the Cassidy for that. I was thinking, I think you're going to have fun time. Nope, Tracer's just going to be banned by the Raiders. So none of that, and then Diva to follow. So perhaps some Winston, maybe Wrecking Ball, is what we're expecting to see going forward. Watchpoint Gibraltar is one of the very few maps these days that you just don't get to be flexible. You could try, but you're making your own life very, very hard if you end up deviating from the dive. So we'll see what Southeastern has ready to pull out, because it is going to be very different from what map number 1 showed us regardless. Yeah,
like 99 out of 100 times you're just running dive or some variation of dive on this map. There is that 1 in 100. We saw it in World Cup. I think the Americas region, their first phase. I think it was Guatemala still ran like some TP. I don't know if it was Maga or Rhine, which granted, considering some of the players on that team, it doesn't shock me that they went that direction. But no, I have a feeling it'll be Winston. I've seen more Hazard play as of late. I wouldn't mind seeing that during some phases here. Or even the Doomfist, if you don't feel comfortable on the Winston. I don't mean to put, bad energy into the air, but just maybe.
I'm getting flashbacks to what was it, like maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, where we casted two series back-to-back entirely of Doomfist mirrors. So, like, oh, are we getting another one? Does not seem like it. We will still be sticking to our traditional dive with the Winston for now. I do want to note, though, Hollow Fungus is sticking on this Moira. It's a character that we didn't really talk about it too much in map number 1. If you're going to see a Moira, I guess it's going to be there. But sticking with it now, this seems to be a pretty core part of MSOE's identity.
Yeah, definitely a core part of, hey, we're just going to run the Moira. It's maybe not the most traditional right now. But hey, sometimes the Battle Moira works. I'm not saying to do that in my ranked games or in your ranked games. But hey, sometimes it can work. Especially, it will be great against the Allocate Genji to have some sort of immediate answer that can't get deflected away.
Yeah, it will definitely be helpful. But yeah, it's the Genji again, a ban-targeted first map. Now both players having it, and without Tracer, I think it makes a lot of sense to pull out here on Watchpoint Gibraltar. Another one having Veil on the Freya, a character we haven't seen as of late. The nerfs were pretty significant to her poke, but if you have good aim, if you can chunk them down, it'd be helpful, but Fluff Nugget instead was the one who was getting chunked down. Bucket on a much more meta hero, being the M-Ray in that burst, needs to be respected for these little short pushes that we often get at the start of Watchpoint.
Yeah, there's a little bit of poke here and there. Both teams trying to feel out exactly how I want to do this. Great sleep on the Fluff Nugget, even though they will not get out. They will, no, just for a minute. Hollow Fungus actually gets a 2-piece of all the players during that. And already 1 minute gone for Southeastern. Not much really to answer for it. I do think the Kiriko is a great choice, especially with Hyper being on the Ana. Nice to have a cleanse for those Bionades. But you'd probably want a Bionade as well of your own, and maybe the Wuyong, I don't know, it can have some mixed results on a map like this.
It's usual that the support line has the least amount of variance, just in competitive play, but I gotta say, I'm impressed with the looks that we are seeing on the opposite side, and speaking of that, it doesn't take a lot for things to turn around for Southeastern. I believe that started with the deflect, and without the healing, it just crumbled on that high ground defense.
Yeah, crumbled immediately, and now Southeastern, after kind of a minute of just struggling through to get anything, very easy fight on the back of Allocate to get this cart moving. And look at all this presence they already have across the end of first phase. Fluff Nugget complete control of high ground. Veil is also up there. This is a great little setup.
Yeah, and Fluff Nugget already has this primal rage too. It's gonna stop Hyper from being a part of this fight entirely. They're stuck in the spawn, and yeah, that's unfortunate. They got back there in the end. Fluff Nugget's putting in the work on the Winston and showing why this is a comfort Southeastern pick. I think you were naive. You wanted to get back to that point in Primal Rage. Unfortunately, not the case. MSOE won't have the touch. The Southeastern will start moving towards the second point.
Yeah, maybe attempting there to pop the Primal, stall a little bit, and maybe just wait for that Nano to get back into the fray from Hyper, but just does not touch in time. So just over 3.5 minutes for Southeastern to start making their way through the second phase in this, again, recently revamped version of Watchpoint Gibraltar. A little bit easier now to get a baseline control of high ground.
Yeah, and definitely this Tidal Blast comboed up with the Dragon Blade will help with that. Hyper did not stand a chance against Allocade. That many resources allocated to him. Come up the 2-piece there. That will be just enough for Southeastern to work through this part of the point. We often talk about how the second objective can be the hardest for Watchpoint Gibraltar. They're making quick work of it so far. So I'm not sure if MSOE want to make a full commitment. No, they don't get there. I don't know. It couldn't have been a boop because there was nothing to boop with. on the approach. So the MSOE falling back to this third point, 4.5 minutes to defend.
Just a little bit of a miscalculation there from Navy. Thought he had a little bit more time to get there, but ended up not having it. So now 4 minutes plus for Southeastern, and they're just rolling through this map, Molly, so far. Yes, the downside is, don't have any ultimates right now. Raiders got 4, so maybe a little bit of an answer here.
And even then, they're still close to 2. The Coalescence will force the Primal Rage out of Fluff Nuggets, but this is really what you're waiting for. Tired Nanoblade, Suzu, stops the first couple of swings, but it won't save Robotic Cat at the end of it. Both supports' lives will be claimed, and MSOE eventually will put their foots down with the double, actually no, it was 3 ults with the Coalescence going into it.
3 ults, still got 1 ult here from Bucket, so it's not like it's too bad of an option, especially once you get to this phase of the map. Over at Protocol, you can just fly around, really get some good angles with that, as long as you don't get sniped out of the air. That is the big if that I will put next to that before I cast a curse it. And Robotic Cat still has that Kitsune Rush, could set up a lot here for Southeastern to run.
It will start, and it gets Bucket out of the sky, results in a trade. But as you go forwards, and Southeastern saw that MSOE kind of committed forwards into the Kitsune Rush, something you don't want to do unless you have an ult to match it. And they will be paying for their crime accordingly. Down our final corner rounded now for Southeastern.
Yeah, and the Savage Storm making quite a stir here on Watchpoint Gibraltar. Still 2.5 minutes, and Nade will force Fluff Nugget to play a little bit more passive, and that'll allow the Raiders to set back up positioning here near the end of third phase. And that's that give and take during the final stretch of this map. It feels like you almost need to win 2 or 3 fights to get this all the way through.
How do you get through this last couple of bit of push? If you're Southeastern, you're gonna have 4 ults to be able to do it, and it's gonna start with this Blade combo with the Tidal Blast. Just come up with the 1, but losing Darkbox arguably hurts Southeastern much more here, especially since their spawns are further. There's good ground to stand on if you're MSOE, but no, losing Hyper, that much might just do it. Allocate frying awake when it comes to this Genji. You can see why it was banned. Round number 1. The adventure stall from Bucket with 20 HP left. Once it comes out of this barrel, not gonna last long at all. Coalescence now from Hollow Fungus. See if he can sell more time. Gets about an extra 3 seconds for his troubles. Southeastern walk the payload home with a minute 41 and change.
An excellent push there for Southeastern, not just for the map, but to get their groove back in this series after MSOE upset them in map 1. And it definitely feels like, yeah, the combo with, and then the chemistry between Fluff Nuggets and Allocade is top tier right now. And even Vale getting in on the action. Their first map, sometimes players, when they're subbed in, it takes me half a map for them to really get into the groove, but Vale hasn't really shown that worry at all. He's already 13-4 on the map so far, higher than anybody on the Raiders. And this is the type of answer that Southeastern were going to be looking for to get back into the series, but now MSOE have the opportunity to create an answer of their own.
I think what MSOE did really well back in map number 1 was how well they initiated, right? They didn't really let Southeastern execute on too much of their game plans, or even if they did, MSOE were like, I don't care what you're doing, we're just gonna do what we want to do. And we're able to run it down. It seemed like there was very few opportunities to make that happen there on the defense, which that is pretty common. Dive on defense much harder than on the attack at times. So now that these roles are reversed, I want to see how Navy and Hyper especially can link up when it comes to these engages alongside Tired, and not let Southeastern engage on their backline first.
Yeah, that will be one of the key factors here. Just try and protect the backline as much as you can. Navy already jumps up half health, has to just dip on out. Bucket on the venture. On the attack, it can work, but it has to be really coordinated with Navy and Tired.
It's not going to be easy here, and it's already working out. Bucket has bought so much space But you did commit all of your cooldowns. You're in La La Land and have no support to come help you. So that is kind of the downside of playing Venture, especially as soon as that burrow cooldown has been called by the enemy. You get a family of 5 jumping on top of you. So Southeastern managed to slow down this payload progress. LK, though, in a bit of trouble. A great Suzu from Robotic Cat keeps him on his feet and forces Navy to retreat.
Hyper will have some issues getting into some good positions. Wow, that was a stagger and a half there from Fluff Nuggets. And because on defense, it's a lot easier on the Ana. Or you're going to either stand up by blue box, or you're going to send at the very end of this stretch to where, okay, you have free range. It takes up one hell of a commitment to get any sort of pressure. On the attack, it feels like you're trying to chase a moving animal, and it's, for situations like this, really hard.
I say, like a moving animal, you're like a Winston? That's how we're referring to now? He's not an animal, he's a scientist, remember? That's, I mean, Navy might be an animal, I don't know. He's been putting in the work. It's been Navy versus Fluff Nuggets in the kill feed. The majority of this round, Fluff Nuggets have been a bit more present, I gotta say, than the opposite side, but Southeastern, they just are so confident when it comes to this high ground control. I think it's easy for them to keep their supports and their backline safe with the heroes that they're playing for his MSOE. It's been much more challenging to commit.
Because there's no range for Southeastern to worry about. It's not like they have to worry about an M-Ray shot or an Ash shot challenging them on that high ground. And it's just Navy and everybody runs. Well, other than Vale.
Vale tried to run, give them that. Oh, Navy letting square on Dark Fox's head. Will end up backing off as the shift kind of goes away here. There's no little you can do to survive that push from Navy, but MSOE, they're kind of falling apart. Southeastern identified, you know what, our Wuyang is a lost cause. Let's just see how many we can get this traded out for. Turned out to be their entire team and gonna commit the primal range to this as well. Might be able to get allocated. It's struggling for life for a hot minute, but no, gets healed up and all it is an ult gone and the team gets to regroup.
Yeah, this is going to continue to be a struggle here for MSOE, the final 80 seconds or so of this push. Just because there is no way to keep it at range, but the blade will mess them up a little bit. But Hollow Fungus, actually, the one to fight two.
That seems illegal.
That
I don't know
should
what
not happen.
maneuver Hollow Fungus just pulled, but things we did not expect to see in our Division 3 games this evening. And Hollow Fungus might be giving MSOE that space that is much needed here if they don't have Hyper still, but they'll still have this payload on the move. Southeastern will have to touch pretty quickly. Hollow Fungus gets nuked by the Bola shot, not enough of the Moira. And they make sure Fluff Nuggets lives long enough. They're gonna fall short by a little over 2.5 meters. Only one more fight to go.
And yes, both DPS ults here for MSOE available with the Tectonic Shock and the Blade to 0 for Southeastern. So that's the one glimmer here if you are the Raiders, but it just feels like it has been Southeastern's map. They obviously feel comfortable on this for a reason, and already Suzu will not be available now until overtime is pretty much starting up.
Not an ideal situation for Hyper at all, but see what MSOE can do with this. Both DPS ults online. Scratch that. Just one Tired goes down before the blade can come out of the sheath. That's allocated, slicing and dicing his way through this team. Holding hands with Fluff Nuggets as he goes. Tectonic Shock almost gets Fluff Nuggets, but 30 HP is enough to live through on the Winston. Gets a dash reset to get back to spawn. But won't be enough. The dive map is the map of Southeastern as they're going to tie up this series 1-1.
Well, I can tell you what map type MSOE is not picking. I would think going into map 3 is, yeah, phenomenal performance there from Southeastern. That's what you expect from one of the top seeds in the central bracket. And even though, yes, play of the game goes to Hollow Fungus with the 2K that none of us were really sure how that happened initially. That at least gives us a little bit more clarification on that. No, that was a great little answer from Southeastern after a map 1 that we saw a little bit of flashes here and there of what they were hoping to do with that dominant comp, but their Winston looks incredible so far.
Absolutely. I think it was even much more comfortable for Southeastern. I'm not sure if it was just the pacing, the Fluff Nuggets. I like to play Winston. You can allocate on the Genji. That was a specific ban that we saw in map number 1, so perhaps some scouting was done by MSOE to recognize that a very strong point for this player. And Now here we are, tied up 1-1, and Jesse, something tells me this series very well defined by our map picks that we're going to have coming up.
Yeah, map picks may definitely decide where this series is going. You know, that's the importance of winning the first map, is that, hey, if you win that first map, if you kind of boomerang back and forth, regardless, you will get that final map pick in map 5. So, again, sometimes it's the little things here in the Forge Trials that can make a giant difference. Because, again, Division 3, it isn't double Elam like it is in some of the higher divisions. This is just, if you lose in the quarterfinals, your season is over here in the 2026 school year. And both these teams now 2 maps away from either elimination or a spot in that top 4.
And we're going to find out which team will continue onwards. But first, we are going to send it to a quick break and come back to you with the remainder of our Division 3 quarterfinals. So stay tuned. We'll be back with a continuation of our series in just a little bit.
Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard.
No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. I stand back and I watch you explore in perfect visions like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end. This is not what I came here to find. Memories show that I'm out of time. See a shadow, don't know if it's mine, but I see you, I see you, I see you, I see you, I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end. in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many drinks got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better.
And welcome back to our Division 3 quarterfinals on the Central Region. We are currently tied 1-1 in our 2nd versus 7th seed. Southeastern being that second to prove that they love the dive last map. But Jesse, as things start to go on, we're starting to notice some patterns from our teams as we're hitting that halfway point in our series.
Yeah, here in the Force Trials, we got some uncommon traits that we're kind of showing off for these two teams after the first break. So we're going to start off here with MSOE. Obviously, did a great job map 1. Map 2 is a one they're going to try and push away to the back. So we got Brawl It Out, Moira Go Burr. Everything is winnable. Brawl It Out, considering the message we just saw in our chat with, quote, fire it up like a volcano. Maybe some Maga entering the mix, but the Brawl definitely looked better for MSOE. They'll continue to play around the Moira. That'll help out with the Brawl as well. And then they have done a great job, especially in map 1, of bringing back fights that shouldn't be winnable or ones that they lose somebody early, but they still flip around. If they can do that, MSOE definitely got a chance to turn this around.
Yeah, but Southeastern, they're not going to make that easy at
No.
all. Like with MSOE, I think they've kind of figured out that they know what the win conditions of their comp are. They like to play close and personal. If we are getting a Melga, hey, that goes great with Hollow's Moira if we're really going to go down there. But we've confirmed that Hollow's going to play Moira no matter what map we are on. Including Watchpoint Gibraltar. Still got a double kill and play the game. So who are we to question the antics of MSOE? But for Southeastern, they've had quite some different win conditions. Night and day between these two maps, and dive all around, of course, is the number one thing. Watchpoint Gibraltar, that was their home, especially for Fluff Nugget. Love to jump around on this Winston. It was doing a fantastic job of finding MSOE's backline, and same thing goes for Allocate. We're putting all the eggs in Allocate's basket because Allocate does great things on the Genji. And we could tell that was a target ban from Lijiang Tower, map number 1. Him being unleashed, quite an asset to Southeastern. And of course, the Cat Eye combos. The Cassidy with the Jetpack Cat on the Deadeye. It was really fun when we got to see it. Made some flashy plays and won fights for Southeastern. Will any of these things continue as we go ahead? Because as you mentioned, Jesse, map pick, everything now back in favor of MSOE.
Yeah, MSOE has all the power here. First ban and a map pick. And we know where we're going. It'll be Midtown. So kind of brawly, but also kind of still a little bit pokey here. I'd worry about the Domina comps if she isn't banned. But wait and see here what MSOE would like to do. That Domina ban is still available. And it would also block out the Ramatra from being banned as a protect. So they do not protect, and Ramatra is banned as an answer, but the Cassidy is the first to go. And we saw how well it worked over in map 1. So not a total shock, I guess, but maybe not the exact route we thought it was going.
Maybe it's because they heard us talk about our uncommon traits. They're like, you know what? You're not allowed to do the cat eye combo anymore. Ha 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 ha. Whereas you bad Ramattra, well, there's still other brawl tanks you can have. And perhaps that is the reason why we got the Malga voice line in the chat, knowing the Ramattra was taken away. But of course, we will see. MSOE are the ones on the attack. A little more time to think about their composition. Whereas for Southeastern, they will be Spacemaker coming back into the lineup, subbing out Vale for the Sojourn, but Allocate will be sticking on that Genji.
Yeah, Allocate, well, after the way last map went, I would sure hope so. If you're a Southeastern player, that was a great performance from him in the last map. Spacemaker, Sojourn, very good here, kind of blocking off, whether it be right side or the subway. If any team dares to try and rotate through up there, this is going to be a very tough choke point to push through if you're MSOE, especially even with the Immortality Field available from Dark Fox. It's going to be the Zarya instead. Once Zarya gets past the shield, it can work. Getting past the shield of the Domina could be an issue here.
Yeah, especially with running the Juno for your speed of choice. We have not seen a single gameplay of Lucio this entire series.
So weird.
By the way, I cannot remember the last time that happened. But Bucket will be able to run it down with this Zarya bubble attached. And I think that's the win condition you're going for. Force Fluff Nuggets backwards, because the shield doesn't have value if Bucket is right up in your face. You're already getting around this fire truck. Like, this is already through the main choke point that gives players a challenge. And oh, well, Fluff Nuggets, you don't have a shield. Nice to meet you, says Bucket. Sends him back to spawn. And yeah, MSOE, they know that they can just run it down quickly. There's no speed available. Fluff Nuggets, once again, a sitting duck when these pushes happen. It'll come back to bite them as MSOE will get the first point.
Yeah, Southeastern not able to hold that choke point at all. MSOE just waltz right in with the bubbles onto the Reaper. You know that another hero we haven't seen at all today, Molly, that's kind of crazy?
Huh.
Vendetta.
Whoa!
It is kind of crazy. We haven't seen any of Vendetta, especially in these Zarya comps. You'll see it often, but Bucket on the Reaper has actually been a pretty good substitution, with more of a focus being on Fluff Nuggets, putting more pressure on rather than trying to kill some of the opposing squishies.
But MSOE though, I mean, they can just run this down with Hollow Fungus, Coalescence online, even with Nave getting Sonic Repulsored out of the way. The Coalescence, it just doesn't care about the shield at all, nor the Panopticon, but a great stun combo with the Sonic Repulsors eventually puts them in a corner for Allocade to slice on through. Southeastern will stop the push for now.
Yeah, the push is stopped, and this could be a dangerous spot. All the high ground Spacemaker could ever want. No opposing hit scan from MSOE. And Fluff Nuggets continues the range battle with a kill on the Hyper. This is not done. Wow, holy ults. I think maybe, if anything, an overcommitment from Southeastern there. Both window and, well, never mind.
I don't know how I feel about that one. Gonna be honest, I mean, it kind of works out. They shoot it
Both
tired.
supports?
Both
Hello.
supports. Nave was in the backline that whole time, mind you. Never died, never got looked at. So it's like, you know what? Might as well. Walked up to the high ground, chucked the grab, knew tired would follow up. So at the end of the day, MSOE are getting payload progress out of it. Even though they don't have high ground control, which will be a bit of a problem later. But for now, you can take this extra meterage, force Fluff Nuggets to drop, and think of it, I don't know if Fluff Nuggets meant to do that.
I don't think so.
That was a little tough. It's okay. You got the rest of the team to cover for you. Allocate pulls out the blade with the Kitsune Rush to support him. So that is enough to stop the hold and just chalk it up to Fluff Nuggets. Stay on the high ground next time.
Yeah, you could tell the way they looked up, they're like, oh crap, that was not the plan that time around. Is even, yeah, MSOE not able to get it done thanks to Allocade. And Fluff Nuggets breathing a sigh of relief there, knowing that the fight did not get thrown away. But 3 ultimates for the Raiders now, potentially 4 with the Coalescence, considering how quickly Hollow Fungus has been able to build that so far.
It'll be the Dragon Blade, though, for Tired to come out first, and with no Suzu, Dark Fox as good as dead. So good win condition, Southeastern, and no ultimates to respond with to that. And shout out MSOE, Jesse. They only used the blade for that, too.
Yeah, a very inexpensive fight. For the Raiders, you still got Death Blossom, both support ultimates to go into this next one. All Southeastern will have is maybe Panopticon and an overclock from Spacemaker, so ult advantage still in the Raiders' favor.
Yeah, and you're not gonna have anything up anytime soon. This is the big commitment you want to make. Death Blossom doesn't come up with a lot, but Owl Fungus on the other hand, making this Coalescence put in the work. Fluff Nuggets just does not stand a chance against a full charge Zarya in his face, and it seems the brawl it out mentality for MSOE continues to be the way to go.
Yeah, when in doubt, brawl it out. If you are the Raiders, just no care. Hey, no hit scan, no issues whatsoever so far. And Spacemaker, again, has a relatively free overclock due to that fact, but it's just how quickly these fights have been going. The Raiders have not given Southeastern much time to find any sort of counterpunch in these engagements.
Panopticon out on the 2 players. MSOE health bar's hurting, but that's where Hyper and Owl Fungus can come in, keeping at least Navy on his feet, and that's huge here. Orbital Ray and Graviton Surge almost online. The Raiders, they're gonna look to push the pedal down to the metal. Instead, everybody in Southeastern running for their lives. They don't want to take the risk, but a Graviton Surge huge! Pulled 3 players out from cover. They were so close to safety, they could taste it, but it was all for naught. The Raiders, they're gonna round this final corner and make Southeastern, they don't even have time to pivot.
Yeah, they don't have a ton. Saving grace is that Dark Fox and Fluff Nuggets stalled that out a little bit. So Spacemaker won't have to rush in with the overclock immediately. It'll be the Kitsune Rush from Robotic Cat to set this up with the Blade from Allocate.
Now Dragon Blade coming up here. Allocate got at least one every time it's gone out. This is not the time for that streak to break. The overclock first from Spacemaker, but Hyper already down. First Lucio gameplay of the day, and it's very short-lived. It's Dark Fox instead, taking a play out of Hollow Fungus' book to pull out the Moira of all things, and that will be the thing that will turn it around for Southeastern in their final hour.
If you can't beat them, join them. And I didn't think I would ever say that about a Moira duel here in 2026, but that's just where we're at right now here at NECC Division 3, as the Zarya now a mirror as well. So the only real difference is still, again, range advantage for Southeastern, but in the cleanse advantage as well, but the speed still in favor of MSOE. Now that the Lucio experiment was very short-lived.
Yeah, it was, it was fun to play meta for a bit, but the Moira is where it's at. Now Tired, full access to these bubbles as he pulls out the Dragon Blade, though nothing but a Suzu and Allocade, responding with the Dragon Blade of his own to go ahead and make that look like a wet noodle. MSOE hit a bit of a roadblock here at the tail end of 3rd point after having so much momentum.
Yeah, once you don't finish that last fight, when you have the momentum going your way into this final stretch, it can be a little bit difficult to get over because it feels like you need to win almost 2 different fights. And now, just 40 seconds remaining. Yes, Death Blossom in tow, but that's really about it for a while unless Navy can build up a very quick grab. Southeastern already have one from Fluff Nuggets, but that's the only ultimate they will have. So maybe no cleanse on the other side for the Raiders. Advantage still in favor of Southeastern.
Yeah, but there's nothing you can do against a Graviton Surge. 4 players pulled into a group hug, courtesy of Fluff Nuggets, and it'll be a scrambled touch. Hyper's alive, but in the spawns.
Yeah, goes all the way back to spawn, and now goes on maybe to the Lucio. Nope, never mind. Just decides to chill out.
Oh no! The Wrecking Ball hit the wall for Dave. Still managed to get the touch, though. Just barely. Not an ideal spot for the Raiders, but at least they have the fight to be taken. Death Blossom is available for Bucket. But he's got to get to the fight. It's so hard to get close, especially when everyone else is running away from you. But there it is. Dark Fox is down, and the Coalescence from Bucket is keeping everybody healed up. MSOE, they're actually making this work with a staggered touch. Southeastern now, the ones that are scrambling to get to the point. Fluff Nuggets has a good health bar to chew through, will certainly buy some time. Spacemaker now back with the overclock, the Leo win con. Southeastern have to work with, but he's stuffed back further into the spawn. This Wrecking Ball grenade causing a problem. Yet another grab is built up, then 2 in 2 fights. And Fluff Nuggets shuts them all down as close as they got. The push will end there. Southeastern get much needed footing.
Just every time you think Southeastern are going to give up this final phase, they find a way to hold on. Savage Storm just pushed the Raiders out 92 meters, but not the full completion for MSOE. Look at the kill feed here. Pretty even across the board, actually. When you look at a lot of the eliminations, yeah, maybe a slight advantage for the peaks in Southeastern, but way more spread for MSOE. But that's just because of the play style that they're running. If you get an elimination, odds are a lot of people are involved with that pick. But now we've swapped sides over. Southeastern, the dominant attack can be a little bit tricky. They're not even going to worry about it right now, teasing the return of the Zarya. But Bucket, our first Bastion sighting of the day.
Okay. Well, I started laughing because, like, you know, if you hear the gamer tag Bucket, Bastion, Venture Reaper, like, seems very on par. With somebody named Bucket. It makes sense, and it's working out for MSOE. And this pick, too, whether they're expecting Fluff Nuggets on the Zarya again or the Domina, I think it works incredibly into with that burst damage.
Oh, it's just so much burst that it's a giant asset to have. And it will be the Bastion Sting and the Zarya for Southeastern. So, yeah, a little bit more of a Zarya duel, just not necessarily with the Vendetta like we've seen over the past few months. Bucket being on the Bastion, Fluff Nuggets' life just got a little bit more difficult and slightly more pressure on the Allocade to use that deflect wisely.
Yeah, the other issue, you don't have any speed to engage with. Bucket just got a bead ring, broke all the limits there to get Space Maker, and you don't have a way to get in, you don't have a way to get out. So for Southeastern, they have to be flawless in their positioning.
Yeah, and sometimes flawless just isn't available. You know, Tired overextends, is punished there by Dark Fox. So now this opens up the way here for Southeastern to start making their way through.
Investing further into the Moira stocks. Definitely working out for Southeastern. But here's another speed ring swing. All the bubbles are gone now for Fluff Nuggets, but is fully charged and decently healthy, especially with Bucket helping out on that one. Southeastern, they're going to get at least 2 ticks on this objective. MSOE, they're spread out, hovering around this point. Hyper will get beaten down eventually after some smooth moves. But even then, there's just not a clear win condition for MSOE. Losing out on Navy will secure that, and speed or not, it'll be a mistake from MSOE. That will cost them the points. And Southeastern will get the payload moving.
When you were in the trials like this, you cannot afford to make mistakes like that. And MSOE made a very costly one right there. That just gives Southeastern so much room. Over 4.5 minutes to go, but that is a very quick escape from Fluff Nugget as soon as they hear that Bastion around the corner.
You can see the moment where as soon as
the panic in his eyes. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was fantastic. Bucket's given us a lot of great moments today. I can tell you that much, but 4 ults online for Southeastern, and a scary sight to behold. So MSOE, they want to initiate with the one that they have. Full shot doesn't mean anything. The Coalescence is in your face. The Graviton Surge, on the other hand, that's a bit more scary. Nade and Hollow Fungus are caught and sent back to spawn the fast way.
Yeah, only 2 eliminations, but so much space gained for Southeastern. Already you can see Fluff Nugget and Allocade just kind of poking around on high ground while the supports stay on lowers. Kitsune Rush available here for Southeastern, potentially with the Blade, but it's a whole lot of check marks on the other side. It's only the Coalescence missing.
Yeah, and MSOE, they've been really good about committing the bare minimum to fights, and this is another perfect example. Orbital right only, you could have confident with like 4 other things. You're like, let's just start with this, see how it goes, and it turns out that's all you needed.
Yeah, just one little pickoff, the rest will work out. 3.5 minutes still for Southeastern. Good thing is, didn't use either of their ultimates. Got one of the best ultimates in the game with the Kitsune Rush, so still plenty to work on. But like you said, MSOE, very simple in a lot of these ult engagements, and that's not a bad thing when you really do a great job of rotating those as Bucket. More scouting than anything with that artillery strike.
Yeah, and you really never expect to get a kill on a Philly Strike unless it's on the Graviton Surge. Speaking of which, Navy does have one. I wonder if it's going to be used defensively on the Blade, but nope, not even needed. Allocade's bubbles are shredded through like paper, courtesy of Bucket there. And another very conservative fight from MSOE. They only have the one pick, but are opting to hold all of their resources, and it will pay off. Spacemaker also falls. There's no DPS on this Kitsune Rush push that Southeastern are making. That's where Nave wants to pull the Graviton Surge out to deny any further push, but they can't finish off the eliminations from it, and that is going to be a costly thing to have to worry about later on with the Coalescence. Everybody hiding away from Hollow Fungus.
Yeah, because you get to hide away from the Koa, and now you also get to rejoin with your two teammates that fell during that fight.
Yeah, and then you got the Blade combo now.
Ooh.
Come out, the Graviton Surge. Absolute great on the Tired's head. Nothing to come from it there. Full shot out from the Spacemaker. Not a crazy ultimate. You like to pull it if you have to, and you might have needed it. This is getting a lot messier than Southeastern initially anticipated. Dark Box ends up committing the Coalescence as an insurance. Hey, we need to finish off this fight here and now. That will definitely be the case. Storm will move forwards here onto this third point with 3 minutes to go.
I will respect Robotic Cat, especially you lose one player, especially near the end of that. I think it was Spacemaker to Bucket. And they're still gung-ho with using the Kitsune Rush from high ground. And you can tell MSOE were a little caught off guard, not expecting that right after MSOE was a team that found a pickoff, but it paid in dividends, and now 245 for Southeastern to go, just another 60 meters.
See what they're able to work with. I think the Orbital Ray, by far, the best win condition
Oh, yeah.
for MSOE to work with. And yeah, they're going to do the classic speed ring the Bastion forward, swing a couple corners. But this time, it seems like most everybody was able to get out, the exception being Spacemaker and apparently Allocate as they chased them down. So, efficient 1-1 fight win.
Yeah, very quick fight. Both DPS gone, Southeastern at least. They hold on to the Zarya charge from Fluff Nugget, so that will help him build the rest of this Graviton Surge up. There isn't one to match yet from MSOE, and again, maybe just try to catch somebody off. Not really much though happening that time.
Surprised we haven't seen that come up with the Graviton Surge. Speaking of that, will come out in response. Fluff Nuggets almost met with death there. Eventually falls the stray nade out of Bucket. It's all Allocate in the kill feed. We've seen this guy have insane pop-off moments, and this one, no exception to that. Comes up with 3. Finish off the grab as Fluff Nuggets fell.
Hyper and Navy do survive, so they'll just be chilling out. That'll help Navy. They will have a Graviton Surge of their own here to answer in just a moment. And Allocate not trying to play around with that until Fluff Nuggets makes a return to the field.
Genji and Zarya don't exactly have the best relationship, especially if you are the Genji. But there's the Graviton Surge solo on the Fluff Nugget, and he's just gonna live. He's in a Kitsune Rush. There's so much healing to go around. Now Allocate has the blade out, the bubbles to back him up. Takes down his Genji counterpart, and that's about it. Keep your life as a result. Bucket does make it a 1-for-1 though, and with it being around the final corner, Spawns do favor MSOE, but they're also the ones that need to close out this fight right now. Allocate being forced back. The Coalescence doesn't do all that much for Southeastern other than make sure they can survive. Artillery Strike is available for Bucket, but so much more value in just existing in this neutral sentry form or in the turret. Who's gonna have to hold on to that, knowing MSOE have to hold on here?
And MSOE still have the orbital ray as well. It's not like this artillery strike is the only thing. And now, just to stall even more time, ensure this next engagement is the final one of this map, no matter what. Already a lot of low health bars for Southeastern. They will have to take even more time to get everybody back up to speed. But all of a sudden, because of that bullet shot and grab almost ready.
Yeah, but Orbital Ray, MSOE have not lost a fight. Orbital Ray has come out in hyper already. Has Dark Fox. No, the Rage Axe! It gets taken away. Fluffy Nuggets gets the judo, but everyone else on his team has crumbled. No big win condition needed. MSOE will do it in the neutral, and they are one map away from getting a huge upset here in the Division 3 upper bracket.
Division 3 playoffs up to quite a start here in the Central Conference. MSOE, one map away, like I said, pulling the upset, eliminating Southeastern from the playoffs and making top 4. Well, they will still have at least one more map to try and prove that. So Southeastern now, they will retain the map pick and the first ban advantage. But yeah, it feels like a lot of these rushes, doesn't matter with the Ramatra or the Zarya, however it may be, MSOE just love to brawl it out.
They do. I think they are very comfortable with how they are using their unique backline. I think Juno Moira, that's kind of a first for us at least. It's not something you will see commonly at all. And because of that, it adds a new way to play how the comp is structured. And I think it also helps that Southeastern seem to be allergic to any form of speed. They don't like Juno, they don't like Lucio, none of that. So you're constantly at an advantage when it comes to these engages or disengages, and they play it so efficiently as this comp. They know what their win conditions are and play around them to pretty much perfection in most points.
Yeah, especially, again, speed is still the name of the game. There's a reason why Lucio isn't like the most bonkers hero when you look at stats, but his speed advantage is still one of the reasons why he's played all over the place, and Juno is not a bad substitute for that. So I do think that's been a big advantage, and we only have Push and Flashpoint as the final two remaining map types. Two map types that both need speed to get around and kind of take advantage because there's such big maps. I will say maybe that's why MSOE picked Midtown, knowing that, again, these final two maps guaranteed to be maps that kind of play around that Juno. So unless the Juno gets banned, you could argue advantage MSOE.
And that's what I was thinking was honestly maybe worth a Juno ban. I think it's a hard thing to identify as this is the main cause of our issue because it's not super flashy, but it's one of those things that from the amount of value that Juno's kit provides a team kind of in the background is so significant that you really have to consider how that will be adjusted going ahead. But then again, Jesse, Dive has been the name of the game for Southeastern. That was a very dominant map pick. So perhaps a push like an Esperanza would be the way to go here, especially since they're making that same sub for Spacemaker coming out and Vale coming back in.
Yeah, it screams to me we're going back to Dive, or at least that's what Southeastern are hoping for during this next map. It'll be Vale coming back in, Spacemaker coming back out. A little bit rough for Spacemaker. You're 0-2 on your map so far, but hey, it doesn't matter. He's still some decent performances from him tonight, just not getting the end map results, as we'll be waiting here for the next map. But yeah, I think Esperanza's probably is what I would say the easiest pick in my mind. If you want to force the dive with these last two map types, it's like you're not going to pick Coliseo or anything like that. So let's see. Maybe Atlas is the only one. Atlas is maybe the most dive-friendly flashpoint. I wouldn't say it's still overly dive, but it's at least slightly more friendly. But yes, it'll be Esperanza. You were right.
Yeah, well, there was really only one good option. So
yeah, that's like,
I don't feel like I get a ton of credit for that. Yeah, I don't get a ton of credit, but I'll take a little bit, like, honestly. Esperanza, though, I do take my wins. So then this is the next question. How do you target ban from here? The Moira is gone. And I think that if you are Southeastern, a support target ban was very necessary. Now, is that the support target ban I thought we would see? No. Absolutely not. So it will be an adjustment for MSOE, but it does leave the door open for that Winston ban. And because Southeastern also banned D.Va previously on that Watchpoint Gibraltar map, I don't think it's Fluffy Nuggets' favorites. So we will see what they're going to want to pull out. I feel like that's a huge disruption for the dive that you're giving up in a response to a Moira ban.
Yeah, the question that's kind of top of mind for me, what does Hollow Fungus play?
Yeah.
It's only been the Moira so far during this series for the Raiders. So I'm very curious on what the next pivot would be. Right now, it'll be the Kiriko, but let's see if that will stay. With the Winston bans, actually just no D.Va at all. It's still both teams showing the rush. Fluff Nuggets on the Zarya. Navy making a return to the Ramatra that we saw back on map 1. And hey, speed on both sides now. Both teams wanting to run it finally. Dark Fox on the Lucio. Hyper will just continue to run the Juno like they have for most of today.
I think this is a very necessary change. The Lucio speed will add so much more flavor and option to Southeastern's composition. And dare I say though, Holofungus being on the Kiriko, is that better than the Moira? Like, I don't know if it's just like a personal comfort
Theoretically,
thing. On
yes.
paper, absolutely.
Yeah.
But MSOE, you can already see them having that speed there. It's used to get out. If they pull the banana split maneuver, that is not what you want to do when a full 5 stack is bum rushing you in the backline. Like, it's the same idea. Ignore Fluff Nuggets, get these squishies. Or get
Yeah,
Fluff
you can
Nuggets
tell
by
Dark
himself.
Fox, yeah, you use the speed to get out, but then you split from Vale, so Vale's kind of just stuck. It's like, well, no speed anymore. Hi. And that just kind of ruins the entire fight plane there for Southeastern. MSOE will get bot first, but still high ground presence here from Southeastern as this will continue to get played out, but Fluff Nuggets not a lot of health or bubbles.
But they do get Bucket, who I'm assuming was the one chunking down Fluff Nuggets' health, that's now recovered. So, a bit of an overextension from him, perhaps not experiencing the same level of love that Zarya Bubble was given in previous maps. But for now, Southeastern have managed to stabilize, with Vale being back in the fight, and MSOE will fully retreat.
MSOE not going to be too overly ambitious. They understand, especially during this middle phase of the map, this bot can go back and forth for 5 minutes, right? Like, that's just how this map is set up. No reason to overcommit, and already Navy forces out some bubbles and cleanse.
A lot of resources out of the way, but Nave, no punchy form here. And Fluff Nuggets has plenty of charge to still pull out. So will be a burn through and allocate to on this Genji. Still finding ways to shine on this Esperanza map.
Yeah, Esperanza, again, a must-win for Southeastern. A loss would end their season here in the quarterfinals. So now at least lead gained, sorry, reverse stay. And Kitsune Rush available here for Robotic Cat can, again, once again, pair with Allocate, who is never going to complain about an assistance with the blade.
And Bucket doing some intimidation tactics on the high ground there.
It's like, hello.
Hey, how's it going? And yeah, I'll just drop right back down. So, is Southeastern though, is Graviton Surge very scary for MSOE, and I'm feeling we're gonna see it thrown right into this grab. 3 players locked up, and a Dragon Blade from Allocade. I would say that's overkill, but the fact nobody died from that entire combo is kind of ridiculous. Showing how good Kitsune Rush is as an alt. The advantage now is Robotic Cat has one of his own to push back with, and there's nothing MSOE really want to do to answer that. I think he waits till that's over. Hyper pops this orbital ray, and Navy goes hunting for targets. They're trying to play ring around the Rosie on this little tower that we have in the middle. But it's just a game of kiting. That's all it's been. It's only now that Allocade and Vale will come up with some final blows, and this big game of footsie that lasted about a minute and a half finally comes to the end, favoring SE.
Yeah, push and pull and push and pull. It's both Kitsune Rushes and then Orbital. And finally, it is the overclock from Vale that splits the fight wide open. And I said, hey, we can be in this center bit for a while. 3.5 minutes. This bot did not move out of the center spot, but now Southeastern will get this bot eerily close to the checkpoint, but it will be contested.
And won't quite get the forward spawns here, but this high ground advantage, it's what defines Esperanza. It is insanely difficult to get up there as the quote-unquote attacking team. Really only a Dragon Blade plus the Zeth Blossom to work with. MSOE limited on options, and with the sound barrier coming out, Tired not looking to get too much done. With this Dragon Blade, all the Fluff Nuggets split from the entire rest of his team. Vale though, making this hurt, comes up with a triple. We didn't get to see a lot of him back on Watch Point Gibraltar, but coming back into the kill feed here. It's going to recover the fight, secure forward spawns, although it doesn't get Fluff Nugget back any faster.
No, Fluff Nugget, a very long commute to work to try and be in this next fight. And because Southeastern won't contest this for very long. They got the tick. They got the forward spawns. That was the main objective. Now I'm thinking just kind of chill. Up on the bridge here on high ground. Just try and retain that forward spawn. Make the Raiders make a move.
Already using the hands, though, just to get through the choke. And not really used aggressively. And Fluff Nugget's like, alright, that's fine. We'll go ahead and pop this out. But Bucket's like, no, come here. Let's have a chat. Drop the Death Blossom while in the Graviton Surge. Fantastic bait from him and MSOE. They'll take that. What a way to get the robot in their direction.
That was a very cruel Uno reverse card there from Bucket. Like, no, you're stuck here with me, everybody. I have the ult that you should be caring about. MSOE will start making this bot go forward near the checkpoint. Has the Kitsune Rush and Annihilation to pair with this as well. This could be a snowball opportunity, but it will not be forward spawn, just barely contested.
And Allocate wants to deny it altogether. Dragonblade out, looking for Hyper. Abandoned ship on that, though. Sees that Vale has the ult, but Bucket and Nave, they are already well where they wanted to be, and it was right in Fluff Nugget's face. Ran him down. Forward spawns will be capped, and lead will be taken.
Lead for MSOE. Orbital Ray soon to come, but it will be another cat to try and even this back. But it is lead. MSOE, you know, will just play this safe. Just under 4 minutes to play in Southeastern. Seeing their life in this season tick away.
They use Kitsune Rush defensively there, seeing Fluff Nuggets getting charged at. And yeah, no, there's just not a chance to keep the tank in the fight there for Southeastern. Sound barrier available, but no! Vale falls just short of it. And with no tank, this fight's just as good as done. A disaster for Southeastern.
Yeah, Southeastern. Find a way behind the sound barrier of Dark Fox to salvage that fight out, even though Dark Fox actually falls very late into that one as the supports here just kind of staggering this out just a little bit from MSOE, but overall a decent fight there for Southeastern. They keep themselves in it. If MSOE win that fight, they probably get this to 100 meters plus, and it'd be a very difficult margin to come back from with just 3 minutes remaining. But because of that, there's only probably about 2 fight disadvantage now for Southeastern, but no ultimates could be a big issue here with a Ray staring you in the face.
Yeah, see, the reason I said that was a disaster is because MSOE made that really difficult, and it was completely in the neutral for them. They didn't commit any resources, and even now it doesn't seem like they want to. They're not going to touch that bot. They're not touching that bot. They're out for blood, Jesse. You can't tell them to go back and touch the payload now. That's costing them the lead, and it should not have happened at all. It was all Allocate being sneaky, and you might have lost the fight, but you won the war.
That has to be one of the weirdest flips I've seen in a while. Nobody has turned around, and this has been the style of MSOE. You push forward and you try and kill the backline, but you got to worry about what's behind you as well sometimes, and that could be a blunder that brings us to map 5.
Yeah, because now this ultimate advantage isn't as significant. You just throw this grab from Fluff Nuggets. Both supports are dead, and I mean, this is now so many tools that have been held on to, gotten no value, and it's all because Allocate was being sneaky.
Yeah, Allocate deserves a lot of credit right there. Just like, to sneak away, like, I want to really be in this fight. I want to help finish up some kills, but if they're going to let us get lead, I might as well just slide on through. And now this is, holy ult fiesta here. 5 for MSOE, 3 for Southeastern, who are now playing with house money.
And there's only a little over a minute left. Like, you have to do something now if you're MSOE. The blade's gone. That's all that happened from there. Yeah, you get Veil to the overclock. It's even. But MSOE have so much more ground to make up. They're going to commit very little. So that will come to their benefit. But Allocate wants to force everything out of them. And even if they don't win the fight, I think it's worth it getting their orbital right. You're going to make this hurt for MSOE. They're still going to have 4 spawns by the time this robot gets to main.
Yeah, that's a giant ult to drag out from MSOE. Yes, Kitsune Rush and Death Blossom still on the cards, but not having the orbital ray until potentially just late into overtime is a massive win for Southeastern, considering the sound barrier can solve all of the issues. MSOE needing probably a fight and a half, if not 2 fights, to try and bring this back and finish up this series. If not, Southeastern will take us to map 5.
One more chance here for MSOE to close the series out now. Otherwise, Southeastern, they're going to make the series go the distance. The ultimate's on the table. It's really just Bucket. Can he get in a position here to make this Death Blossom work? It was forced cooldowns. Robotic Cat has no choice but to TP into further danger. Sound Barrier now out for Doc Fox, and Bucket gets melted down. No Death Blossom here. Zalocade is slicing through player after player as he sees fit. And it seems that Southeastern will manage to find a couple of people, but it won't be enough. This payload's gonna keep going, and MSOE, there's not many meters to give.
And Annihilation is almost online from Navy. Death Blossom never used during that last fight. It's a lot of pressure on Fluff Nuggets if they can get there, but that's a massive pick.
But they have no choice. The supports had to throw their bodies at the payload to try to stop it. Because all that their hope was the grab, but a grab we will never see. MSOE will pull off the upset, the 7 seed over the 2 to move forwards into the Forge Trials semifinals.
What an upset for the Raiders of Milwaukee. Upset the number 2 seed in the Central Division in a 3-1 and doing it in quite good fashion as well. The only thing is, Watts Point, forget about that. Like, the dive doesn't exist here in Wisconsin. It is just, you go, you hit W, you just run. Just like how you drive in the snow. You just go and you let the destiny take hold. And for the Raiders, it worked out tonight. It's a rough end, I won't lie, for Southeastern. They had some incredible moments during that series. It just, some of these finishing pieces did not get put together. And here in the playoffs, in the Forge Trials, it's one and done.
They have a unique play style that works for them, and they love to run it down. That's just so MSOE of them. I feel like we can say that now, having watched these past 4 maps, and I'm really excited to see where this team can go. A 7 seed moving on to the second round is very, very rare, especially going against Southeastern. They've lost 1 match the entirety of the year, and they just got dealt their second loss, and I think this one is definitely going to hurt a bit. Kind of going in with the level of confidence that you did, finishing number 1 seed in your division, just to fall here to a 4th place seed who barely qualified off of tiebreakers, mind you. So it really does show that the competition is always tight. You cannot underestimate whoever your opponent will be. There is a potential for an upset anywhere. MSOE certainly showed us that today.
Just like that, again, it's the magic of the playoffs here, of the Forge Trials. Anything can happen once you get into the server, and what a win for MSOE is. They'll move on to the semifinals here in the Central Division. We are not done here in Division 3 tonight, everybody. We're going over to the West for our last game of the night in Division 3. Stay tuned. We got that quarterfinal coming up here in about half an hour or so, so grab a drink, grab a snack, grab all the fun stuff that you need during this break, and we'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard.
You're gone. They say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Go on, myself. I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Come cold blood, selfish. Your words are painless. I like when I drive and feel so dangerous. They say I'm a red flag, 'cause they want it so bad. You should know I'm holding on to what I have. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain, but I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe it, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feelings feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to.
All I seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. All I seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the light of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. There's a place Do you?
I'm trying to get to you. Yeah, I'm trying to get to you. I wanna get to you, cause I gotta get to you. I would climb 1,000 mountains, swim across the darkest ocean, cause I'm trying to get to you. Yeah, I'm trying to get to you. I wanna get to you, cause I gotta get to you. I gotta get to you.
I've only stumbled over diamonds, and I no longer fear the worst.
Yeah, it'll be another fun one here in Division 3 tonight. We got Texas A&M White going against the University of Alberta Rosa. So, again, we had a pretty good treat in Division 3 Central just a half hour ago. Now we get another treat here, but in the South. A 1 versus 8 seed. But if the last game was anything to consider, those seeds really don't mean a lot once you start out here in the postseason. Just even enough power to mute Molly's mic, I think, during the beginning of that in VMix. But I think, are we good? All right. Technology, hey, Sombra is hacking everybody, but you know what's not being hacked? This is the Forge Trials, after all, for the playoffs, and the Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard. Find your calling at nationalguard.com to find more info. Yeah, just go over there, answer the call, and go over to nationalguard.com. So, yeah, we have a great game for you all tonight. I think Sombra Hack is done over there. Nope. Maybe? Sombra Hack is still going? Okay. Yeah, she is still... The Sombra Hack is very strong
Sombra Hack very strong today? Or I don't know if we're any better on now.
Sombra Hack is very strong.
It's very strong today.
Almost...
We hear me! Okay.
Yes!
So, heads up, this is through my headset mic, so it's going to be a little scuffed. I don't know why my normal mic is not connecting, because it's connecting through Discord. So, a mystery to be solved
we'll mess with that as
at
we
another
keep
time. You can hear me. That's what matters. Our teams are getting ready to go into map number 1 here in just a little bit. And, Jesse, we've already had one upset today. 2 seed, lost to the 7th seed. Do you think we can go as far to an 8 seed upsetting a 1 seed? Because that is what we're looking at right now. University of Alberta Rosa are coming out 6-1 first from their West B division, whereas Texas A&M and White are coming out as 4th, again qualifying through tiebreakers from West A. So, an uphill battle. Again, on paper, we don't have any cross-references between these two teams. They don't know what to expect from each other yet either. But if we've learned anything, is that seedings don't carry nearly as much weight as you would think.
It just matters on how you play on the day. We saw that in the last series. Let's see if A&M White can pull another upset here to be back-to-back upsets for the end of week 1 of the Forge Trials across all games. We do have our first map and the bands already ready to go. So let's see here in just a moment where we are heading to. And of course, where else are we going to go? Shocker, it is Lijiang Tower to start us off.
Can you tell them a surprise? This is my surprise face. Yeah, Lijiang Tower will be where we're going. Malga Juno bands, though, that's a little more surprising. So we want to stick with our Lucio Kirikos by the look of that. And then the Malga Could be a University of Alberta special. Don't really know yet. We're gonna find out. But Texas A&M White, they're saying to that. Perhaps some other brawly tank is what they have in mind. But regardless of that, Lijiang Tower, good mix of both dive and rush, just depending on the map and your preferred choice of team. So as much as we like to jokingly complain about it, it's still a really solid place to start. For most of our series, it gives these teams the opportunity to be flexible and figure out what will and won't work.
Yeah, and especially in Lijiang, like you said, you can run practically anything on this map. So as we go on here, we'll start off here with Night Market. And we can maybe see why the Maga has been banned now. It'll be the Ramatra for the Aggies. And the Ramatra and Maga don't really get along very well. The Ramatra can get burned down pretty quick. So it's either a protect on that line or a target against Vesper. But we'll find that out later on. But it's going to be more Domina. We saw a little bit of her during the first series of the Knights. We'll get to see even more here.
Yeah, and we've also seen this Domina versus Ramatra matchup as well. If Vesper strays a little too close to the sun, aka Clay Bird, it's not going to be a good time. And already you can see Claybird running it down with double craze and Vesper punching it in reverse. There's only so much you can do. Yeast definitely helped to get the Vendetta out. The only reason that push actually stopped was because Claybird took way too much damage from Helios from the start. So Texas A&M White will give up this first fight because they couldn't make this speedy push, close the gap as fast as they thought they could.
And now against the Domina here on this point, the shield can basically stretch across one of these entire doorways and even maybe a little bit of the others. So it may be a little bit tricky for Claybird to go in. Starting to set up on the left, but it's hard for a follow-up.
Yeah, it's just so difficult for the University of Alberta to get an entrance in. That's why you need to have these straight picks. And Helios has been fantastic at setting that up. A little bit of violence in the Vendetta department going either way, but with Claybird falling, that'll mean the end to Texas A&M White's push.
Yeah, very brief hope stand there on the point. Just 7% for Texas A&M White. And Rosa is able to flip it back over as already Helios, kind of a silent killer during a lot of these, practically has the overclock already. Will be the first ultimate of the game other than Corporate's Kitsune Rush, which could help A&M close the gap, but now they will not have Trixie to do so.
Yeah, Trixie, I think, has been struggling a little bit on the Vendetta. You're playing a very slow comp with a slow comp, so it can be difficult to manage that, but it's okay. Have a couple ultimates to answer. Helios on the overclock. He's going to opt to back off. Already at the first perk, too, by the time that was built up. Quite impressive. University of Alberta do still have control of this objective. Panopticon used as an attempt to keep it that way. Although it doesn't result in any elims, it slows Texas A&M White down for a little bit, and Vesper definitely playing with fire is a way to put that. Eventually, with Yeast falling, though, control will flip to the other direction, and that is a sign for the Rosa to get out.
Yeah, Alberta not wanting to push this too much more, already playing with house money, and A&M White will just chillax on a point. Sound barrier and overclock already in hand. Two more ultimates soon to come, but it's Keeley's Kitsune Rush to open.
Yeah, but immediately answered sound barrier and overclock from Moon Baby here, and Yeast no longer has a head. The follow up, which would have been the win condition for the University of Alberta, as close as he was. The sound barrier of his own. Trixie, though, making this one hurt a little bit for Texas A&M White. It's forcing Sundering Strike from Double Craze. It's not going to come up with anything. It just stalls the time a little further, gives Claybird extra health, but it also gave time for Yeast to get back to the fight. That's the sound barrier University of Alberta Rosa we're looking for. Will likely signal the turn of the point once they get this final cleanup.
Yeah, 2K for Vesper and Alberta. Again, very back and forth this map so far. But it will be Rosa regaining the lead here on Night Market. Panopticon back. Helios, another overclock built up. Moon Baby just used there as the last fight. A 75% advantage for Helios. Kind of insane, all things considered. But last time, you know, there's that Kitsune Rush from Corporate helped a lot of things. And already, they've pretty much dodged all of this overclock.
Yeah, again, Helios, as good as he has been on the neutral, you can tell University of Alberta not messing around when it comes to that overclock. They'll instead use the Kitsune Rush with double craze. to make something go their way. That's 2 now for their Vendetta player. Texas A&M White control of this point back pretty quick.
Yeah, relatively quick. Helios just kind of hanging out. You can see Keelay's like, please go to a spot where I can swift step out of here. But A&M White actually just don't even push it at all. 0 ultimates for Alberta, 0 for A&M White. Maybe a Kitsune Rush or Overclock from each side to go into this, but this final fight is pretty straight on.
Not a lot to work with. The only thing we're really going to see is Keeley coming up with the Kitsune Rush, and that is going to be huge. University of Alberta, but a double strike from Trixie. Barely hangs on to life there with the help of the Kiriko. Keeley is the old just-in-time, only double praise falls though. It's Moon Baby now, comes back in. Trixie goes for the kill, but Moon Baby hits the rail shot needed to shut him down. 99-99 now. Texas A&M White, the ones currently in control, and they'd like to keep it that way. Vesper, though, taking a massive chunk of damage, but it's worth the risk. Shoves Moon Baby to a watery death, and is looking to close this one out here and now. Sound barrier, though. Blue Bio, last hope for Texas A&M White to make something happen on this objective. Claybird close to an annihilation. With how resilient these players have been, they're refusing to fall over. It will just be a soft reset now, or at least an attempted one for the University of Alberta, but they won't get it. Moon Baby comes back with a spawn, takes out Keeley in the back line. It's unexpected, so it's up to Yeast. Sound barrier now returning for the Rosa squad. Vesper gets the touch, but still Texas A&M control of the point, and Claybird is going to keep it that way. Annihilation built up at last, and USA will be removed. Texas A&M White take it.
Whew, that's testing your lungs right there. Jeez, what a fight that was. Neither team wanted to give it up, but it's A&M White winning it out at a tough 100-99 bout. And already some of these Elam counts, you can see Moon Baby 12-4, and Vesper doing a great job holding down the front for Alberta. 14-2 already, 13,000 damage blocked for this one, but just not enough to get over the finish line as A&M White will hold on. But I think part of the issue for Trixie has been it is such a slow composition. You brought it up earlier. It can be hard to close the gap, because at least if you're double craze, your entire team is trying to play fast. You're matching a very similar pace. It's not really the case with Trixie on the Vendetta, and that is why the Pharah has been pulled out, which has a lot of architecture to run around, but still not immune to kunais.
Apparently not. I liked this much better before Trixie got chunked to 20 health there. So, care Moon Baby rail shot, but other than that, I think this Pharah can do a lot. You can see the pressure that it's adding from the back line. The University of Alberta are the ones currently on the objective. Claybird attempting to break in, and it makes it a little bit harder. 4 double craze, 1 less target to go in on, and 1 less target you really can't touch most of the time here. Vesper already taking out said Vendetta even then, so it will work out well for the University of Alberta. Still a contested point, but these picks from Trixie, once these rockets will land, you can see they are hitting with devastating force. Support line removed from the Aggies. Now it'll be a flip over to Rosa.
Yeah, Alberta eventually will get this over. Double Craze not willing to let it go until a very long delay. Now I wonder if some swaps will pop up from A&M, and that, yeah, exactly the case. Moon Baby on the Cassidy for more consistent damage. And see Emre, which I think is even better, considering it's the Pharah on the other side, and the Tracer. It's a little easier than Vendetta. You got to get really lucky with some of those swings if you want to land the damage on the Trixie. And already double craze. Marking the Pharah, but recall forced.
Yeah, all the fuel though burned out of Trixie, so he is incredibly vulnerable right now. The Tracer knows it, and double craze will hunt him down. They just want to fight. Double craze just wants to fight Trixie regardless of what hero they are currently playing, which I think is reasonable. Vesper though, Opticon online, and a good attempt. Keep this point contested, but explodes so quickly, didn't even have an opportunity to think about using the ult, so it'll be Texas A&M White taking the point back in the neutral.
Yeah, 45%. That is all for now for Alberta as it flips back over. No ultimates used from Alberta. That's the one bright spot here, but nothing really used from Texas A&M either. So now we'll start getting into these alt rotation fights. Trixie looking for a barrage that may be swapping off already, considering the counters that have been made.
It's gonna be hard to get a barrage off into this comp, but the Kitsune Rush certainly makes it easier. Not for Helios. It's almost worth it to use it on the Ramattra, but doesn't see a way out while keeping his life. So pulls the trigger for the time being. These just trade support for support, a heavy investment for the University of Alberta. That's 4 ults now they've put into this fight, and it's not one they are going to win. A devastating loss in trading.
Yeah, that's a rough one for Alberta. Pretty much everything gone. Trixie will make a swap off the Pharah onto the Genji, which Moonbaby probably not pleasantly happy with. But still, Override Protocol, Pulse Bomb, and the Sound Barrier, and all of the chaos of all the ultimates thrown in by Alberta, the Sound Barrier still held.
Ooh! Yeah, and it's not coming out now. And Moonbaby laying down the damage. Trixie caught up in the spawn, just not having a good time on this map at all outside of first fight. They do lose Clayford though. Perhaps not using the Sound Barrier is going to come back to her. The only ults that were in tow was the Overclock, and Helios made sure the damage was dealt. That's a triple kill. Going over to him, make it all 4. As a matter of fact, Texas A&M White sent back for another shot.
Quadra kill for Helios just when you need them to keep this map going. Alberta know who they can rely on, and now the Panopticon soon built because of that fact. Due to a pretty nice early pickoff on the Claybird, kind of ruins the momentum of this whole team.
Woohoo! I mean, double slide available for Helios, so he's okay. Just
Oh god,
barely.
they're just running it.
That is a tempo beat if I've ever seen one, and often the reason why I don't like them that much. But if they can get Vesper, it'll all be worth it. There he falls as Claybird eventually wrapped all the way around the objective. Texas A&M White now looking to see how quickly they can get the flip back over. It will be another fight available if they get it now. You don't want to allow Alberta as little percentage as possible.
Yeah, A&M will still keep the lead as they approach the 90% final fight. Kitsune Rush almost available, and already Panopticon used.
And Panopticon is up, Blue Bayou off the map, and it's University of Alberta with a significant advantage in this fight. Claybird can't survive, but the fight was won with enough time previously that there will be another fight for Texas A&M White.
It'll be a little bit of a rush touch, but there will be one, and that's all they will care about. Because of the fact Annihilation, which won them the last point, available once again, as well as the Kitsune Rush. So as long as a good touch with no casualties happens, A&M's got a great chance to finish this out.
Yeah, and they have swept over to Symmetra just to teleport over to the point, so they make sure both Corporate and Claybird can get there to use their ults, but no! The Ajax! He's caught in 4K. Moonbaby's grenade lights him up. And University of Alberta, that was their win condition. Needs someone else to pop off. Vesper comes up with 3 on this Domina. And when it all looked down and lost, Claybird, the last one standing, a chance given to the University of Alberta, but those health bars are low. Trixie pulls out the blade, chopping Claybird to bits. Vesper, the hero for the University of Alberta, and they'll keep this map alive.
I cannot believe that just happened.
Wow.
That was an unbelievable clutch from Vesper. And, like, that's the carry potential that Domina brings, right? Nice little boop off, I believe, with one of those kills. 33 and 30 kill elims, 3 assists, 5 deaths. For 2 rounds of control, that is, like, borderline illegal from Vesper. That is unbelievable.
The carry potential is insane. I think Yeast owes Vesper a cookie for that one. Gonna be honest. And in Yeast's defense, who expects an M-Ray grenade to explode right at your feet as you're coming around the corner to Sound Barrier? It's an unfortunate situation, but it buys you another round. And I think something that Alberta did really well there was shut down double craze. I think as Trixie was swapping around Euros, eventually found a better home and wasn't as worried about the Vendetta. It is back to play though. You're on Control Center and much more deadly. These gaps much smaller now that Texas A&M White need to close. Trixie and Helios already struggling against the speed coming through this core of the team.
The turrets will at least keep an eye on and keep tabs of where Double Craze is trying to make some of these rotations. As already point uncontested will go the way of Alberta. This is going to be a very slow burn of the fight. A&M don't want to rush in with all these turrets around.
Ooh. is a nice slash and get out kind of play, and it draws enough attention away from Vesper. And this is kind of the concern with the Domino. When you get in these close quarters, it's very easy to just walk up and pummel you into the ground. And exactly what Texas A&M White able to do on this control center. So maybe about 22% before it flips.
Yeah, very slow pace. For a comp that typically you want to be the faster one, it's actually the very slow poke around that works in the Aggies' favor. And Helios, well, yeah, that's a jump off, just to reset, nothing too suspicious there. Both Kitsune rushes already getting relatively close as Trixie now off the sim, matching the Vendetta.
Yeah, I think that's a unnecessary change. The Symmetra can help, but other times it doesn't. Goodbye, Moon Baby, I guess. Helios said, I don't like your overclock. Have a taste of my rail shot. That's a massive shutdown for the University of Alberta. We'll look to see how much they can actually convert on it, though. Corporate has his Kitsune rush up a little bit before Kile. I mean, slight retreat for the University of Alberta, but even then, they're not under all that much pressure. Look how conservative Clayburn decided to play for that fight, and that's great for Kile, who can now walk forwards and the Panopticon onto almost everybody. On the Aggies, Yeast happy to work. Oh, it's just a Lucio player's day, chasing down all of these targets on the outside of the map. That'll be a flip back over to the University of Alberta.
Was that a 4-person Panopticon? That was a fantastic use of an ult that usually is just kind of used to deny some space or stall for some time. It just kind of dismantles the entire game plan there from A&M. Who now, well, opening pick, Moon Baby on the receiving end the first time, on the giving end this time.
Yeah, and Helios is also no more. So maybe you draw back an overclock. Yeah, no, you're just going to give up this point. Let the Aggies have that one and get a reader pin.
That's probably the quickest fight you'll see all night. What, 2 seconds? If that's as, yeah, Alberta-wise, just to very quickly back out.
And now they're going to look to walk with the overclock. You got to be careful. Ooh, double craze. Helios definitely saw his life flash before his eyes there. It's a good job of zoning out the ult, but Blue Bayou still ends up falling, and now Clayburn gets to walk forwards basically for free. Loses out on a chunk of his team in the backline, but Double Craze is in there doing some good old slicing with the sword action. Not much Rosa can do about it. It's final fight, Jesse. They are not going to have a full team.
No, they do not have time to reset. It'll be somebody, probably Helios, who gets us the very last second stall, is able to rotate back on the high ground, but that is very quickly punished.
A great vortex from Clayburn to shut down any other pick potential from Helios. Yeah, you get Vesper back to the fight, but if there's nobody there to help him, well, that's as good as done. Texas A&M White, they might be the AC, Jesse, but nobody is immune to upsets. This match, it's going to be a close one. It'll be the team from Texas to start on the upper hand.
Yeah, nice little USA versus Canada here in U.S. wins map 1 with the representatives of Texas A&M White. Something in the water tonight, Molly. I don't know. Last series, an upset win, a 7 seed over the 2. And right here, even though not, without some heroics from Alberta to really keep this one in it, just not enough this time. And A&M, the 8 seed, steal away map 1. And maybe not the exact situation Alberta were anticipating to be in tonight. Now they will get map pick and that first ban, but yeah, man, I don't know what is going on, but the upset potential is real.
I think it's the philosophy of the Domina into the Ramotra too. Like it's not great. Like unless you're getting these early picks or having these insane individual pop-offs, there's just the easy strategy of hold W key speed boost walk at them. Like there's easy as that versus having to pull all of these other crazy tricks just to get one pick off, or maybe Helios does something. So it's a workable win condition, but not as consistent as the other side of it. So I think that does play a part into it. And I also, again, Texas A&M White were very confident with how they were playing around this Vendetta, pushing the limits with this Ramotra, and how quickly they were engaging that it was hard for us to keep up at times.
Yeah, it was really difficult. The pace difference was a little bit too much for Alberta for a lot of it. And yeah, again, Vesper, mechanically speaking,
right,
unbelievable on the Domino, right? You can tell he's been playing her nonstop since release. Well, it's just an awkward matchup because the Ramattra doesn't even care once you put your shield up. They just go into Nemesis form, punch on through when the rest of his team is able to break some holes. So by the time Nemesis form is done, there's already a sight line for the rest to go through. So it's a rough spot. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw very much a poke map if they want to continue that, and even maybe a protect ban. Just ban out the Ramattra off rip and try and see if you can win it once again. And this time with the Domino, maybe not the best counter on the other side.
Yeah, it's hard to find like a consistent spot to play Domino. Like, she's good individually, but as a hero, there's so few spots that I think she's the best possible option. So when you're picking a map, I think that needs to be kept in mind. I'd prefer an escort or a hybrid if that's the strategy they are going to stay down. But again, we could also just see something entirely different. Perhaps they're a dive team at heart and they love playing Diva or Winston or something. We didn't have a tank ban though last round. Oh no, we did. We had a Malga ban. So that is another thing that you could potentially pull out, much to your dismay,
No.
as we can see.
please no. I'm okay if Maga is just like forever in the grave for metas, right? Like, it's just maybe that's just me. I can even see like if they want to play the Domina, if you want to go push for whatever reason, Caliseo wouldn't be bad necessarily. Like, yes, it can get brawly, but it's the best of the remainder. But yeah, like you said, it should be an escort or hybrid if they want to continue that track. It's really just depending on which direction they would like to go for this next phase of the series. They're taking a while here, Alberta, and understandably so. We actually do have a sub that is coming in. I think at least maybe 1 or 2 subs. I'm that guy and Huey both subbing in for Texas A&M White. That sounds pretty. That's Texas for you. That sounds pretty on brand.
That's pretty. I love that. Having fun with that one. All right, I see you. So it looks like we'll be coming in for tank. Actually, that's a pretty big switch up typically if that's the sub you're making. And they do make their substitutions after the map has been decided. So that tells us either Ramattra has been banned or we are doing a very, very different play style, like a hard dive kind of map. Watchpoint Gibraltar is an option for those teams who wish to go there. So it seems like it will have, and especially if they're being a support sub too, that tells me we're doing something flex
different, like whether it be on a brig.
Yeah, we're going to Gibraltar. I'm calling it now.
Like,
we're going to
or even
Gibraltar.
like double flex if they want to really go into the poke. It could be like an Alari Bap. Yeah. Alari has seen some buffs to make her kind of playable-ish in certain scenarios, and like a Circuit Royale or a Havana or even like Rialto could be any of the options that theoretically could work with that kind of comp. But yeah, it's not often we see a double sub going in. And yeah, for Alberta, same roster, just chilling, trying to find those micro adjustments to make to even us up at 1 apiece. Still taking their sweet time. This is probably one of the longest we've had in a while of trying to figure out where to go next. I think it's more the bans that are actually taking longer than the map pick itself, which, fair. I would, if I was competing nowadays, it'd be, we could do this, or we could do this. Like, the caster brain would take over the player brain.
Oh, I feel that.
It would not be very fun for the casters actually doing that game, because we would take 4 minutes to do a ban. Like, it would not be good.
No, I feel that, but the graphic went away, so maybe that oh no, it doesn't mean anything. I was like, maybe.
It's just us.
It's just us. We're just chilling though. I will say though, we do have it. Is it? Oh, we don't have it. Oh, we got live too. I got so excited, but it's not there yet. So hey, we know Texas A&M White won the first map. Again, still 8 seed over the 1 seed. I was kind of joking earlier. Of like, we had a 7-2 upset. What's an 8-1?
What's gonna happen? Come on.
It turns out there's some reality to that, at least, for the first part of it. But yeah, it won't be. It could be a sweep, but I don't think it will be. All 3 of these rounds were incredibly close either way. So I would love to see this go the distance and really put a full test to these team strengths. But yeah, once we get that map in, I'm so confident it's Watchpoint Gibraltar based on those subs.
I will bet if you're gonna bet Gib, I will go like heavy poke.
Heavy poke.
And
No!
one of us will be right.
It's not me.
I saw it for a flash. I saw it. I didn't get to see it for long enough.
I wish that came up after you
looking...
said that, so I could say you cheated, but you really didn't.
Oh no, I just saw. I didn't even have our chat up. I had the roster sheet up for a sec.
Okay.
It is. Well, I'll wait till the graphic comes back up.
Yeah.
But I was right. I just, I gotta rub it in.
Is that
once in a
really
while.
poke though? Is that really poke?
I would. It's poke enough considering. I'm guessing Ramatra's the ban.
Probably.
I don't think you go this map without banning the Ramatra.
Yeah, no way.
God, I would hope not. But we'll see here.
Crazy things have happened.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We already saw it at Ajax. We saw like the back flip of a century on Esperanza last series. And then just for another kind of wild thing to change, it's been a weird night, everybody. But this is the playoffs, right? Like, expect the chaos, thrive in it, live in it.
Well, that's the thing. You would think by the postseason, by the time we get to the 4 trials, you've played all of your matches, that we kind of tone down on that, right? Like
No,
we're locked in. It's single elim too. No, we are. There's just teams that thrive in the chaos sometimes, and. That might just be the case. I think Division 3 is like the bubble to the bubble in a way. I think there's teams that are on the rise that have the potential to continue pushing up. And these are it. I'm very sad to say I was wrong. We are going to Shambali Monastery. I was almost I'm really upset. Like, as soon as you started talking, I saw that come through. I'm like, you manifested it. I'm convinced.
Yeah, it's just sometimes the power goes across. If only that could happen during our ranked games. Because it's not the case. It just isn't sometimes. But this screams to me more of the poke. I would be shocked if it's not a tank ban from Alberta to protect a Domina ban from A&M. It screams to me that's kind of what Alberta are wanting to run here, or not. Ilari.
Why the subs?
I think.
Why the subs? That's what I want.
A&M I think is still like, maybe trying to play more of the poke style.
Maybe.
But I think maybe it was going to be that Ilari BAP. Ilari no longer an option thanks to Alberta's ban, and the Soj will go the other way. Honestly, the way Helios almost won that map single-handedly at times, I do like the ban.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're gonna play Emre instead. Just
more than likely,
yeah. Like,
unless
we didn't
Ashe is pulled out, but like Ashe is played so intermittently, and even like Hanzo. Granted, this map is very, very narrow. The logs feel like they're straight out of Final Destination sometimes. In this map, it is just sometimes there is no avoiding it.
No, I think it would make sense. Like, there's a lot of like decent choke spam down. I'm trying to work out. I'm assuming if you're having that sub, you're going either double flex support, because you subbed out the Lucio player for Texas A&M, if I'm not mistaken.
Or even like Wuyong, maybe Juno Brig. I don't know. I feel like I'm pushing. There's a lot of options here.
There's a lot of things that could go through the bans. If you're swapping tanks, though, that tells me we're swapping like a Sigma. I think Ramatra would work great on Shambali, which is why I'm a little surprised that we're seeing that change up. But you didn't really know what the bans were going to be, I guess, until after those rosters swaps were made. So it makes sense. I think from Texas A&M White rather be prepared than not to keep University of Alberta guessing. So they want to stay away from more of that poke. I would love to see the Domino return for Vespa. That worked great when he had the opportunity to pop off. So it seems like Vesper will at least be starting on that, whereas on the other side, the names are swapped from what I can tell.
Yep.
Or I'm that guy will in fact be playing the Sigma, and Huyu, I apologize for saying that incorrectly, will be on the Wuyong. So still no speed for this team, which works out if what you're expecting from the University of Alberta is true.
Nothing.
Yeah, I'm that guy. Well, he really is that guy so far. Sigma.
Okay.
Well, bro, it is almost 10 o'clock Central already. It's the bad jokes are going to happen.
But he's been in for like 10 seconds. Like you could have.
I trust. He is going to have some crazy 3K with ult during this round. And if I'm wrong, I'll call myself out.
Okay. I'll call you out too. I'll do that gladly. Noted. Okay, but as we are rolling out here, it is going to be Trixie and Helios sticking to, well, Helios swapping over to the Emery, but Trixie sticking to that Vendetta. And this was a bit of an issue before for both Trixie and Yeast. You're playing with a very slow composition. They wanted to go, 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 and had close to double the deaths of some of their teammates sometimes just because of that. So I'd like to see them be a little bit more calculated in the approaches that they do take, because there's a lot of value to be gained, especially if Vesper can pull this much attention in the front line. But as I say it, Yeast will get picked off by Moonbaby in the front line, and Trixie will fall shortly after.
Yeah, Alberta have the right idea of trying to take over high ground, especially in this kind of matchup. But Moonbaby, because of the fact that half the team is pushing cart, half the team is trying to push height, he can just take the 1v1s on those pushing carts, and most of the time is going to win it because Helios was pushing over on the left. So now you see Helios at least try to poke a little bit here and there, try and delay this push, but now they're here.
They finally get to this high ground, and it's so much easier with the speed boost from Yeast this time to help you out. Is I'm that guy, just has to back up the old-fashioned way, and we'll rotate down main. And you're a little bit slower on moving the payload for the University of Alberta, and it gives Texas A&M White a lot more time to rotate, so they're not in a horribly uncomfortable position for this next poke.
No, and this is the corner you really want to hold. Like, yes, holding this initial high ground is great, but it's not a high ground you need to hold with your life, right? You can still hold on this corner, force a full-out swing from Alberta, and especially with a shield like this from Alberta and from Vesper, which once it's down, you know exactly where it's going to be for the next 13 seconds. It can be a little tricky.
Yeah, I mean, they'll throw it out here. The Kitsune rush out from Kile. I'll get the Tidal Blast, but it doesn't actually get that much value, more of as a protection one. The Gravitic Fluxin is out only onto Vesper, and that is plenty of value if you get make a pancake out of the tank. And I'm that guy. Get some stability here for Texas A&M White on a very holdable first point Shambali.
Oh, Shambhala being holdable? No.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. No, yeah, it's very, obviously, a very good position for the defense regardless. It's just under 90 seconds because of how long that fight went. It's not like Alberta have a ton of time to go at this. Whenever they decide to hit the go button with these ults, A&M will need to find a way to respond quickly because honestly, with how long these fights have been taking, we probably only got one full fight left.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're seeing from the University of Alberta. They want to go now, and they are popping both Sound Barrier and Protocol Override at the same time. And those are two of your best ults to make that happen. Yeah, you lose Yeast in the process. I think you're okay with that. There's no way that Texas A&M White are going to come up with a response. It'll be the first point captured with a decent commitment.
Yeah, it's a decent commitment, but you get through one of the hardest points in the game. But again, this is a legit uphill battle the entire push. So it's not like, oh, it gets so much easier during this second phase. It's just as hard, just continues to be that way. But Panopticon and the Sunrise Strike still available here for Alberta to try and continue this forward. It's Double Craze, just trying to poke out a little bit, trying to see where this pulse could go.
Panopticon is out. Assuming it landed onto Moonbaby, since Vesper was the one to come up with the final blow. A good start for the push, but it is quickly halted as Vesper once again is turned into a pancake. But there's Trixie from the backside, but having a rough game on the Vendetta. But that will make up for it tenfold, or rather 2 times. I don't know what the word is for that. Double. There we go. Nailed it. Trixie though gets 3 and will continue this push for the University of Alberta. I would say that if they were on the payload, that's not fantastic.
You did need everybody there, but now as Helios' body kind of drops out of frame from Trixie, it's not going to feel like that much of a win. Yes, you're going to get this cart kind of up the beginning of this S-curve, but it's this next corner that can be a real sticking point. And yeah, because of the fact you lose your Emery, more just a poke off here to see if you can find anything early while waiting for your hit scan to return. But instead, your tank just gets obliterated, and now it's a full reset.
Yeah, you could see Helios and Yeast were going on an attempted flank there. Vesper, you kind of just see it, we're like, oh, it's a 3v5. Okay, let's just walk on this guy.
W.
Woo!
W key, like, let's go team. And yeah, it makes total sense. 90 seconds remaining once again for Alberta. This time around, only the Kitsune rush. Alberta will elect to push, it at least appears, the right side. But actually, looks like now that it'll be main for at least
again.
most members. But again, that flank ongoing with both DPS and I think Keeley over there. No, never mind.
Nope, Keeley is with Vesper. Or Vesper up the front line, which I was really, really scared about Vesper looking 2v5 there. But the Consuming Rush is enough to make Texas A&M turn tail and run. They didn't really use too many resources as a result. You get the Maywall out, so that's one less thing for Vesper to worry about as this fight goes. But you really need Yeast and Helios to get their ultimates up for this final fight, because Texas A&M White will have plenty of resources of their own to pull out. The longer this goes, and Vesper's health bar is not in a happy spot. It's almost worth Yeast pulling the sound barrier now. He definitely agrees. In goes the University of Alberta. The Opticon out, shuts down I'm That Guy, and Helios will mop up the rest of the crew in the back. So it's an ult dump after ult dump to get through Shambali, but it's working. The University of Alberta.
And you get 3 ults from A&M, both support ults and the override protocol from Moonbaby. And even though, yes, this Mace swap has actually done some pretty decent job of kind of delaying some of these attacks, not able to deny any of that from the air. So, minute 30 here for Alberta. Healy's already not afraid, but maybe should have had a little bit more respect for their opposition.
Yeah, Moonbaby's kind of cooking on this Emre, and it's been constant pick after pick from this guy if he has the space to do it, and Helios didn't quite respect that enough. So minute plus some change left for the rest of the push to finish.
Yeah, you can see Alberta, again, not wanting to, once they lose the Emery, not trying to push it too much. Shield goes out. That guy lifts 1. Won't get much, though.
Not quite. And with Corporate going down, that's a big problem. That's limited healing now for I'm That Guy, who already at half. Not a great thing to be looking face first into Keeley's Consuming Rush. The rest of the team will attempt to back out as the Aggies want to make one final stand with Double Craze's Blizzard. It's quite some time to build it up, too. That's because you've had to play so far away against this Domina Shield, as May will end up going down and just separates Vesper from the rest of his team. A great combo attempted, but a boulder to the face is enough to shut down the Domina. But 20 seconds, there won't be another full fight.
Yeah, Helios just has to live for the time being. So does Keeley. Vesper over to the Wrecking Ball just to try and make sure this delay can continue, because if they can at least get something going, Sundering Strike and Override Protocol will be here, maybe even a late beat from Yeast.
And you have the touch with the Wrecking Ball, so it was a really good call there, but Trixie has to hang on to life. Sundering Strike going up into the sky as Moonbaby looks for the rest. All Trixie does is cut through the May wall, which Garrett slums line of sight, but Moonbaby strikes first and last. Helios knocks straight out of the Override Protocol. And that'll be the end of the push for the University of Alberta. Made decent progress considering it's Shambali. There's Texas A&M and White who will deny the full cap.
A&M shut it down, but not until Alberta get 2 overtime caps pretty much and have a pretty decent push here at 68 meters. So a very winnable position from both sides, but again, Helios, shocker, in a map like this, the hit scan leading the way for Alberta, 11-3 or 8,000 damage. But I will say, I'm That Guy, and Huey, especially, I'm That Guy, holding it down well up front, leads the lobby in almost in damage mitigated, but in damage dealt. So a decent job so far from the 2 subs of the Aggies. And now it's going to be the attack, where going against the Domina can be a little bit more tricky. The Sigma can kind of get played on both sides, but is a little bit better on the defense. The Domino explicitly better on the defense, but they may actually not run it. Vesper on the Ramatra for now, Molly, with Trixie on Venture.
Okay, then. I like this a lot. I think Trixie, again, had a better time on the Vendetta, but Venture here, I think it's a lot easier, especially if Double Craze is just going to play the May. Why not take advantage of it? It's very safe. You're not as worried about getting caught out by some of these characters. You can just force a bunch of resources. So the University of Alberta, I'm curious to see how they set this up now on the defense.
I wonder if once A&M realize that it's Ramatra and not Sigma, do they just make the swap to match? I wouldn't be shocked, considering,
Maybe.
you know, I'm not sure for I'm That Guy how familiar he is with the Ramatra, right? With that tank sub, it definitely muddies the waters just a little bit.
Yeah, and I do think that the avoidance of the Ramatra ban honestly had some attachment to these subs.
Oh, yeah.
Which, it makes sense, for sure. Vesper, not exactly having a great time on this Ramatra, but this is a very familiar tale I'm starting to see. Moonbaby finding Yeast first in many of these fights. Trixie, yes, does come in to avenge his fallen Lucio. And will get out just fine. So I think the Venture pick is working out at the corner, especially with the element of surprise, and forces A&M to back off.
You just corner camp, right? Delay any progress on that payload. That's why high ground will now get achieved by A&M, right? Or at least try heavy resistance.
They have a lot of things that they have to worry about, especially in the front part of this fight. And Double Craze decided to face check Ramatra. Not a very fun situation for a May. And I think this is where you're going to run into a couple issues with the Aggies.
Yeah, the Aggies, again, their Ramatra against the Sigma usually is their Ramatra advantage as it is. But the Sigma in this matchup really struggles to take space because all Vesper has to do is put down the shield, pop Nemesis form, and any space that A&M are trying to take, they have to forfeit just like that. You have to respect the amount of damage Vesper can put out.
But they did get this form out early and can push with the Shooting Rush, is what I would say if Vesper did not have an Annihilation. Well, okay, he doesn't have it anymore. Moonbaby made sure of that with the Siphon Blaster, and now is free to have reign of this high ground. Comes up with a 4K, as a matter of fact. This Moonbaby guy's kind of crazy.
Kinda, it's a little all over the place. But yeah, Moonbaby, lighten it up. Almost has the override protocol back. And yes, both support ultimates gone for A&M, but now you'll have pretty much the rest of the three at your disposal, and no sound barrier to worry about from Yeast due to him using it during that last engagement. So that's music to I'm That Guy's ears. Don't have to worry about that to deny any of this.
Nobody the Gravitic Flux out first, so Vesper, so much health to stall. The fact that the Blizzard goes down, not the best case scenario, though. You didn't even have to pull the Kitsune Rush. All you got was the Tectonic Shock, and considering how that ult can be used, that is not great for Texas A&M White.
No, not ideal whatsoever. And I'm That Guy, maybe showing that, yeah, maybe the Ramatra isn't in the back pocket. Zarya will be the swap, which I think is at least a little bit better. But I think this late into the game, you're not going to have some of those key perks that make Zarya fantastic right now. It's going to be a game of bubble management from here on out.
And you don't even have good targets to bubble either. Like your May Emre, nobody's really going in. Like you're kind of the one that's face tanking, and that's not what you want as a Zarya. You at least kite through the Kitsune Rush, so that's helpful. And he's finally a sound barrier online. So I didn't get it earlier because of that push, but there's the Blizzard. Vesper might be okay. Nope, Vesper is definitely not okay.
Definitely not.
Override protocol in the sky from Moonbaby. I mean, quick work of that very large health bar. And I'm That Guy is there to help laser through the rest, as there is no tank to block him going on ahead. So Trixie is a decent amount of stall. I don't think you're out. Rosa will not be getting another touch, so Texas A&M White will get it through at the finish line.
Yeah, very similar to Alberta. Taking a little bit of time to get through this first phase, but still plenty of time to start making their way forward. I wonder if a lot of these bubbles from I'm That Guy, just either selfishly or on a double craze, maybe play super aggressive with some of these Maywall setups?
Maybe? Like, I think it can work out, but it just really depends. It seems like a defensive bubble moment for sure, but I just don't know how much value you're going to get out of it. Like, yes, you do save Q there at the end. Caesar's there for Vesper. Nice to hold the trigger on the Annihilation. A lot of trust in Yeast and Kile, and it will pay off in the end. Do get a pick onto the Lucio. But very few bubbles remaining, if any at all. And yeah, that was a choice of all time. Vesper pulls the Annihilation, and we'll just say bye-bye to that fight.
Moonbaby did find one, and I wonder if that was a panic of we cannot lose this fight under any circumstance. But that's an ult that, yeah, maybe one Alberta would have loved to have during this next one. Because yes, Tectonic Shock is there. Maybe a late Kitsune Rush, but that's one they would have loved to have to kind of back off and kind of delay this push with the Kitsune Rush. that now has really no issues on a use. There it is.
I was about to say, I didn't even know they used Override Protocol. That is how much
Yeah.
value that got, which is real rough, because he'd love it to have for this Kitsune Rush. Thankfully, never mind. Almost everybody gets out of it. Trixie overstays his welcome in the back line there, so failed progress will be given up as University of Alberta hope for a full reset.
Yeah, Alberta, they can just chill. Again, it's only the venture that they're losing, and they give me a pretty quick re-engage. They did not match the Kitsune Rush last fight. But now they have to worry about a Grav Blizzard combo in their face.
Well, if they even need that much, Helios again gets picked off by Moonbaby, has by far had the better end of this Emerald matchup. Graviton Surge on point, won't have a Blizzard to combo. You might have wanted it back, just because Moonbaby eventually locks down Yeast, but took so much time. You don't get nearly as much damage on the other targets, makes it a little dicey. Texas A&M White will get there in the end. Now it's up to University of Alberta to find an answer. They are now struggling against the likes of Moonbaby.
Moonbaby's really starting to heat up in Shambali, and it's going to take a lot for Alberta to try and match. Again, they only need to win 2 fights to hold on to this map and tie us up, but that's easier said than done considering the way Moonbaby is playing right now and already understands where the venture is, forces the burrow very early from Trixie.
Yeah, and Trixie doesn't even get a good reposition off that either. So they're kind of just sitting there for 8 seconds. Although, that was a grenade combo. Moonbaby definitely didn't see that one coming. Trixie takes that. University of Alberta, they're just going to make Texas A&M White back off of a 1 pick.
Well, that's a perfect scenario for Alberta. Not even an alt use. Still Annihilation, Sound Barrier. Override Protocol soon to come, but here's the Blizzard that you really have to worry about.
Oh, fantastic Suzu from Keeley, and a selfless one. Opts to get himself frozen instead of the tank, and that's going to work out fantastically for the University of Alberta. Will have the sound barrier here. Yeast got it close, but it does get down to the ground. So we will not have a second Ajax on the board today. Instead, it's a Texas A&M White team wipe as Helios gets a triple kill out of the Override Protocol.
Ooh, Yeast, I know you're trying to avenge it for early, but oh my god, that was a little bit close. 15 seconds left. A touch will be needed. Double Craze goes over to the Vendetta to jump over the wall and get at least 1 touch. Ideal scenario here for A&M White. You stall enough time, you build up the charge of I'm that guy, and you can pop the grab. Worst case scenario is you almost don't touch.
Well, you get there. Double Craze does have many bubbles behind him, and he definitely needed them for that moment. But yeah, the Graviton Surge, you get that up front, that guy, this fight gets blown wide open for the attackers. But Trixie now, Tectonic Shock, decides I don't want to fight in a Vendetta. Very fair stance to take, and that guy, so close, got it up. But one last wave from Trixie, chunks his health bar, and he will fall over. University of Alberta will stand tall here on map 2 to tie us up.
Yeah, I got some banger series tonight, everybody, to start off the playoffs. And yeah, again, Moonbaby, not without the heroics, but A&M White will fall to Alberta 3-2 on Shambali. And the subs, I will say, on paper, completely makes sense why A&M went that route. They don't want the Ramacho to get banned there. And I think for the most part, it worked. I think just near the end, once it turned into the Ramacho on the other side, you don't have your own to match because of the subs. It got a little bit tricky. And the Yeast, one of the riskiest sound barriers I've seen in a while, it works out and it wins Alberta the map.
Yeah, it was close. Yeast definitely likes to play with our hearts. That's what we've learned that today. But 1 Ajax will be enough for now, and that is a very key point to take on to the later fights. And with this pick out of the way, I think it leaves a lot more room for Texas A&M White now, being the ones in the driver's seat. They have a very flexible roster, as we have seen, and are very willing to make these substitutions. They can be a very big asset for them, but we'll see if that remains to be the case. As we're going to send it to a quick break, let our teams get ready for map number 3, and we'll come back to you with the rest of our Division 3 quarterfinals right after this.
Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard.
we are back to our Division 3 quarterfinals as we are once again tied up 1-1 heading into map number 3. First seed versus the 8th seed, much closer than it would look on paper, is now Texas A&M White, who are back in the driver's seat when it comes to map picks and bans based off their loss on Jimbali.
Yeah, this has been an interesting one here at the Forge Trials tonight. You know, just like the last series, we're kind of digging in during the break. Hey, what are the win conditions here for these teams? The uncommon traits that may lead them into the next one. Let's go into A&M first here and what they need to do to try and pull one of the probably the crazier upsets of the playoffs so far. And of course, these uncommon traits are brought to you by the Army National Guard. Find out your purpose and your trait and your calling at nationalguard.com. But yeah, it took a while for A&M at first for us to get going here on what we were going to do for A&M. But yeah, Mission Moon, baby. Just everything. Like everything possible, you put it into that man's hands. You know he's going to do the magic. Flex the roster. We saw it even in that last series. In that last map, yes, they didn't win it. But I want to see them continue to utilize these substitutions. Try to flex it around. Maybe make Alberta make some questionable bans, not knowing exactly what they're going to run. And First Blood, my goodness, a little bit of Moon Baby, but they love getting the First Blood, especially on the Yeast. I don't know what they got against Yeast, but man, it feels personal sometimes. But yeah, I think if they can keep that up, A&M White has a real good chance here of pulling the 8-1 upset.
Yeah, numbers that you just would not expect to see. These games will continue to be close, I'm assuming, as we head into the rest of our evening. But of course, we got to look at our uncommon traits for the University of Alberta. Of course, the team that won the previous map. And yeah, you're coming into this as the number 1 seed for a reason. And domination, I got to put it up there as that thing. When we got to see Vesper, both on Lijiang Tower and here and on Jimbali. Very solid performances on both of those maps. A true carry potential in that, and it's clearly a comp that they want to stick to. And Helios Rogues, we got to follow the theme of alliteration, you know? Helios, when it's not Moon Baby's time to shine, it has absolutely been him firing back on the hit scan, particularly the Sojourn, which will be coming off the ban for our next map. And the Clutch Team. This is a team that doesn't often start ahead, but if they fall behind, there's usually somebody somewhere that is ready to step it up and bring in the clutch. So I'd say a little bit more rocky for the side of the University of Alberta, but clearly have the hands to pull it off. We'll see how that continues as the rest of the series goes on. Again, Sojourn will be back. Yardi will be back, although I highly doubt we are going to see her. And we are heading to Esperanza for map 3.
Yeah, so maybe some of that dive or just more of the brawl that's not Domina friendly, I guess is the way A&M are looking at it here. And yeah, I don't blame them at all. Domina in this map, she's going to get ran over if you try and play her. There's so many different angles. And as much as that shield loops around, it's not a 360 shield. You're still going to get flanked on a map like this. And that'll be actually the Lucio ban from A&M. So maybe like, hey, Yeast, we know you're making some great plays, also making some pretty heroic ones. We don't need any of that.
You're nicer than I am. Yeast has just been getting picked off first on the Lucio.
Oh, I'm not saying he hasn't, but he's also made some great plays.
He's had some good plays. I'll give him that.
It's
a gambit. Moon Baby has had his number for most of this series. Perhaps that will change being off the Lucio, but it either says we're going to Juno Brig or we're slowing down this pace entirely. And because we don't have any word of subs either, that means everything is staying the same for Texas A&M White, which will be the case. They didn't play Lucio last round, and they want to keep it that way. I think they feel better, I guess, having this Wuyong Kiriko backline if they're going to continue to put I'm That Guy on Zarya.
Yeah, I could see that, especially with the fact that, you know, again, Hugh, and by the way, teams are still swapped around. We'll get that here in a sec. But yeah, if you don't want the speed, you want to kind of play it slower, let Moon Baby play around the high ground, get some of these pickoffs. You want to lean into the Wuyang for that, just the extra little bit of poke to set up some of those eliminations for Double Craze and Moon Baby.
Yeah, this is an interesting comp, though, on the other side. Like, Texas A&M, that's pretty textbook, with the exception of the support line. But University of Alberta, Trixie on the Echo now, doesn't want to play this Vendetta, Vesper stays on the Ramontra, but Wu Young Ana, that is a support lane we don't see often, and that is going to be so vulnerable to double craze. If he gets one bubble anywhere near Keeley, I think we're looking at a grandma split in two halves somewhere on this high ground. So, gotta be careful if you are the University of Alberta with the positioning of your supports. They need to be well protected, and you don't really have a firm way in. You're not fast. Vesper, as a Ramontra, you'd like to be fast, but somehow the complete opposite happens. Keeley gets the pick onto the Vendetta, of all people, and the poke will come up in favor of Trixie eventually.
And during that whole time, Trixie is just, again, being just a little bit of a pest over on that side angle, making sure that Moonbaby has to give so much attention over that side. You're drawing out key cooldowns, including the cleanse as well. And so far, the Echo, working out great. Hugh, is that a Mizuki I see?
Whoa!
Whoa!
Wait, why?
I don't know. I think maybe just to try and find Trixie and kind of get the stun for a second, but that's not a pick I expected.
Yeah, no, that's out there for sure. You just use that to stop dive characters or something. That's a fantastic bio nade from Keeley and the nano boost on Helios. And Moonbaby's dead. And we talked about how Moonbaby is so much of a win condition for Texas A&M White. Has not been allowed to play the game so far. It has been the Trixie and Helios show. And plus Keeley on the Ana, but a silent hero for this team. That's forward spawns within the first 2 minutes. A very rare sight for Esperanza. Vesper and team making it look pretty easy.
Yeah, great push so far. Another high ground push here from Double Craze, but again, can't find Keeley, and they're just stunting in this 1v1.
Yeah, I don't feel like Keeley should be able to do anything into
No.
a Zarya bubbled Vendetta, but it is happening. Sleep after sleep, or the long range damage does not matter. Gets the first pick every time. And the University of Alberta, they're just gonna run this down. It's like all of the unique traits we just came up with, Jesse, completely flipped.
Yeah, basically just look at those graphics we had, flip it all around, and then you're fine. Then everything is technically still correct. Alberta still have 3 ultimates to use here as well, Molly. They could easily snowball this with no Mizuki left.
Yeah, well, they got the Sanctuary out, but I don't think that's useful to anybody based on the positioning, especially if Yu's already dead. This is a steamroll right now. We were looking at 2 incredibly close maps, and University of Alberta making this look like nothing.
Yeah, all of a sudden, this went from very close to very ugly very quickly here. Only 3 minutes gone, 100 meters plus for Alberta, and arguably 1 fight away from putting this map away and getting a 2-1 advantage in very quick succession.
Yeah, what? We still have well over half the time bank left. They are almost on track for a full completion, and with another nano boost from Keeley on the line, plus the tools they already have, unless this Graviton Surge is, like, fantastic. Okay, Texas A&M White should win this next fight, especially with Helios already going down.
Will they, though?
But you don't have Double Craze. The Graviton Surge is out, and everybody's pretty healthy with the exception of East. There's the Moonbaby that we know, finally appearing in the kill feed after a 4-minute drought. That's, like, it's crazy that is how much it takes for Texas A&M White to get themselves back on the winning side of things.
And now a mountain to climb on the other side of this for A&M. 118 meter deficit. And granted, this is a map that once you get into a groove, it is possible to snowball it. We just saw it there from Alberta, but it's still going to be tricky. Everybody from Alberta, Rosa, gets the close spawns. They just have so much time to set up, and even a push here on the high ground.
Oh, well, Double Craze, I don't think meant to go that far, but it works out. That guy snags Helios, but a very aggressive push will cost him his life. Trixie's wrapping around again. Very sneaky, and a big part of his struggles before were just overextending, playing with the slower composition, but this Echo has helped him find a perfect balance of what that is, in partnership with Keeley, of course. And it's working out wonderfully for the University of Alberta, learning to stop his payload and still get forward spawns.
And poor Hugh was just stuck there like, well, somebody kill me. Like, somebody get it over with already. Forward spawns regained from Alberta. They're not too hesitant to push this too far up, though. They want a full 5-on-5, and they just want to play at this bridge. And even though I'm that guy, it will now be on the Winston, which definitely works both corporate and Double Craze, but still Hugh is stuck in a little bit of a rough spot.
It's not a deal. It's just so hard for a Mizuki, I think, to get value right now.
Yeah.
Like, just with this composition, but you making it work somewhat. What is I'm That Guy being on the dive? It increases the pacing. Moonbaby up in the sky with an override protocol. Forces Trixie to duplicate, but Moonbaby gets punched out of his flying ultimate. That is something I did not expect to see anytime soon from a Ramatra to an M-Ray. And Yu now has to use the Kakai Sanctuary on the objective just to keep the team alive. Vesper doesn't care about that. He'll happily walk in there with an Annihilation to cause some chaos. Nobody really takes all that much damage. With these being down, it's pretty easy now for I'm That Guy and Moonbaby to start cleaning up these eliminations and finally cancel these forward spawns.
But the issue is that where they just said, finally. It took so long for that fight to go on through that A&M still have a long ways to go, over 100 meters still left. But yes, you still have Kitsune Rush. You're about to have that Primal Rage from I'm That Guy. You do have resources available. We have a Mizuki mirror in 2026. What is happening? Vesper just gets completely isolated. I think they thought the rest of their team was closer than they actually were. He gets left to the wayside, and that's music to A&M's ears. They basically will get tick and forward spawns for free as Alberta takes some time to figure out where they want to go. And now this got even more interesting.
Well, there was a Malga ban earlier from
So
Texas A&M.
it tracks.
Right? It does. We were on a course. Now, is this a support line I'd expect to be played with Amalga? Absolutely not. I think there's a little bit more validated Yeast being on the Mizuki, being he's under a decent amount of pressure on both the Winston and the Vendetta. Ilios now is going to pull out this overclock, but it's just one slap from I'm That Guy to plaster him to a wall. And Texas A&M White, they're keeping this momentum going. There's just not enough of the support built up with the recent swaps from University of Alberta to stop it.
This is not the direction I thought this map was going to go. I can't lie to you. Well, after that first few minutes, I'm like, this map's wrapped. Like this is done. But it has been one heck of a pivot from A&M. Now one fight away from taking the lead on Esperanza.
Now That Guy misses the jump, and that almost cost him his life. Has a Sozu, but he is so far away from the rest of his team right now. He'll eventually lead back. But the rest of the squad was kind of pushed apart. Kile with the Kitsune Rush down, but Vesper still dies. I mean, Double Craze has a field day going into this Malga, and Trixie is on an angle, I guess. This is still just a free push now for Texas A&M White. They're going to get lead, Jesse. They were down 118 meters at one point in this series. They just flipped that on its head and might just win the map here.
Very well could already. 130 meters and more. Yes, duplicate online. Sanctuary almost built up from Yeast, so there is some answers, but he was already got it up. And the override protocol will keep most of the squishies in spawn.
Oh, and gets the dupe out of Trixie, but I have a feeling that's going to be shut down pretty fast with the amount of damage is being taken. Grenades exchanged, but maybe eventually does have to back off. Low HP on the duplicate. Doesn't really result in that much. Texas A&M White, they don't need to win the fight there. All they wanted was to force resources. I'd say they did that pretty effectively.
Yeah, just the cage fight left for Alberta. And with this kind of dive comp, playing around bridge is probably the best place you'd want to be. And the ult advantage heavily in favor of Texas A&M with just 50 seconds to go.
Yeah, the cage fight, the only tool you got. And Vesper uses that almost instantly to help Double Craze. The Kakai Sanctuary gives the AoE healing, but not that much else. And thankfully, that's all you need. It's enough sustain to outlast Moonbaby again. Comes up with a triple on the M-Ray. There's only 30 seconds left, Jesse.
30 seconds left. You tell A&M like they want to push this, but it's still enough time where regardless, there will be another fight. Yeast actually goes over to the Brig to try and deal with the pressure from I'm That Guy. But to me, it just feels a little bit too late. Kitsune Rush, Primal, and Sundering Strike still all here for A&M. Alberta, maybe a late rush or overclock, but that's really about it.
Yeah, you're looking for a miracle here.
Yeah.
For the University of Alberta. High ground for Texas A&M White. 3 ultimates to 0. Like, this is not an ideal situation at all. And you have to stay on the robot. Like, your positioning is forced too. You have to fight at a disadvantage while staying on the robot. Vesper scoots on out just barely of the Sundering Strike, but Double Craze is making mincemeat of his backline. Somebody has to take one for the team, and it is the tank in this situation. Double Craze is still going. Yes, the payload is being pushed. Somebody is back to contest, though. Double Craze put University of Alberta through the blender. Moonbaby will make quick work of Vesper to close this one off. What a map of Esperanza. What a way for Texas A&M White to get one step away from completing the craziest upset in Division 3.
What is it with Esperanza tonight? With unbelievable games. Like that, it felt unwinnable during this stretch right here. And this is where it started to turn around, and this is when Moonbaby really started to wake up during this series. Cheeky 3K flips over the point, and for that point, A&M just felt unstoppable. And the 8th seed is one map away from making the semis in the Forge Trials for Division 3. Like, this is, again, I know, it's March still for another, 3 days, 72 hours, whatever it is. The madness is still here. It is still very abundant here in Division 3.
This is insane. The words we didn't expect to be saying
No.
today. One map away from the 8th seed being the 1 seed. God, that's a little crazy. And it did come down to, I think, Moonbaby waking up and swap over to the Winston. I feel like once that change was made, there was actually initiation that could be taken instead of Texas A&M White just backing up and trying, like, oh, go now. Oh, no, wait, we can't. But go now.
Never
Wait,
mind.
we can't. You had a much more consistent gameplay loop to go after. Moonbaby finally had place to just shoot his gun. And when that happens, well, it's fireworks in the kill feed for Texas A&M White. One more map, and honestly, what can you do as the University of Alberta? Because I know this map loss, that has to be tilting.
Oh, that is a mental booming map. Like if that was my team that I played with in collegiate, it would be dead silent right now. Like there would not be a word spoken for a solid minute after that map. And let's see, we do have a swap. Huey will swap out. Had some fun with Mizuki. Time to dip out. Blue Bayou will come back in, who hasn't played since map 1. So that tells me we are returning to some Lucio action, more than likely, which makes me believe we're probably going to Flashpoint,
Probably.
if I had to guess. But let's see here what Alberta want to do. Again, do or die for the number 1 seed. Again, only lost 1 game during the regular season. But playoffs, it's one and done here in Division 3. We could have 2 of the best teams in Division 3 both go out to upsets here in the quarterfinals. That was not a sentence I was prepared to say tonight. I'm just going to be honest.
I know, I pulled up these games beforehand when you were looking into them, like, oh, it's going to be a quick night. It's just how it is. Early rounds
right.
playoffs, you need to take that. But no, I'm here for this. This is fantastic. I'm living my best life as a caster. Watching these teams have these incredible underdog type runs. It's one of the most tangible, fun storylines to follow. Kind of wherever, and it's crazy too because it's not a sweep. It's been close every single time that we have watched it, and we're having these maps get traded back and forth. Just now. For the University of Alberta, I'm not as worried about what they're going to do compositionally. Can they maintain some strong mental fortitude heading into this next map? I think Esperanza is a very tough thing to come off of. This team needs to still have the confidence that they can win. They've done it before. You're still the number 1 seed for a good reason. But they have to find a way to continue to persevere through this because Texas A&M White, I can only imagine the high that they're on right now.
Oh my, I bet that was just the most egregious amount of screams once that map got finished up. Because again, it felt like they were dead in the water 3 minutes into that map, and all of a sudden they're able to turn it around. 1 fight becomes 2 fights in a row, becomes 3 and 4, and all of a sudden, a 118-meter gap turns into a 15-meter lead. Words that should not be said in that kind of context unless it's a miracle, but A&M were just that good during that fight and are able to pull it out. Still waiting on the map and bans here. You can tell Alberta really thinking about where they want to take this. We do eventually have it. It is not Flashpoint as we initially thought. It's going to be going back to Midtown for potentially the final map of this series. So maybe trying to go back to that Domina, back to that poke that, again, got them some decent results on Lijiang, but wasn't enough. but got them to win on Shimbali.
Yeah. Do you ban Emre? Do you ban Emre here? I think that is a very real question.
You can make a very good argument for yes.
You could. I think Helios is fine, but I think Moon Baby is more of an issue than Helios. And Helios plays Sojourn. I think Helios and Sojourn look so much better.
Yeah.
That was what we saw at the beginning of Lijiang Tower. Helios easily had the upper hand on that. And it was Emre from there on out for Moon Baby. Has not been forced to swap. I think there's a real validity to that. And because you already know you're going to play the Lucio anyways, since that ban is already off the table for you, you might as well go for it. Either that or Domina. I think those are the only two realistic options. But even then, they can play Ramantra. So
yeah, well, Alberta isn't going to ban it. Well,
they're not going to ban it.
Yeah, no.
You're right.
A&M could easily ban it, and I think that's you were thinking the right thing, just maybe not the right
I didn't give context to the thoughts I was having. It was like a continuous stream here.
Too many A's, right? We got Alberta,
Yes.
A&M. Is way too much A's going around.
Yeah. A+
But
gameplay.
I think that will be probably an easy ban from A&M if it is not a tank protect ban from Alberta, which I can see it, I guess, if you want to ban out, whether it be, honestly, if you ban out the Winston, considering what just happened on Esperanza, it's maybe not the best, but it's more of, hey, in case you want to run that in second phase and we can protect the Domino, could be the way that Alberta want to go. But there's a lot of options here that I think have a lot of validity to them. It is just which path they decide to go in this choose your own adventure game. That's going to be the Sigma. So again, a protect ban, but actually on the Sigma, so just purely poke would be Domina. And Echo will be the answer. Fair enough. After the first first minutes of that map went, yeah, the Echo ban is very valid.
Yeah. Easily the best performance that Trixie has had today on
a
plethora of heroes. I have not been keeping count, but I think it exceeds one hand at this point. So, yeah, I think that Echo ban makes sense. It's something you're going to play here. Potentially, probably not, though. I am interested outside of the Emre. Are we going to stick more on that Vendetta? I think Doubles had a lot of good performances on that, and with the Sigma being banned, I think that leaves likely the Zarya that we're still going to see. Because we haven't had any Ramatcha from on that guy, so you can assume that's not what he's going to play, especially since that was a substitution from your Ramatcha player to begin with. We know that the rosters are locked, so this is what they're going to stick with for now.
Yeah, for now it'll be Blue Bayou stepping right back in. Hey, sometimes it works. Players that you went, I had a bio break. Maybe a little too much excitement going on for A&M camp. Like, we need to take a minute to relax, to cool the senses just a little bit. But honestly, it's been a very long series as well. We're already almost an hour and a half into the series, and we're only through 3 maps just because of how long they have been going. So it has not been a short series by any stretch of the imagination. So that's probably part of it as well, as we're approaching 10:30 Central Time.
Yeah.
So yeah, a long night, but what a great night to start off the Forge Trials for Overwatch, right?
This is great.
It's been a great week. We have a break next week, FYI, for those saying like you want more. It is spring break for NECC next week. So there is no games, Overwatch or across the board, across all the titles that NECC offers. So these playoffs will get picked up the following week. But it'll be, an interesting stretch to see. Oh, Monday, Tuesday, there is some streams. I am just thinking about the Overwatch side of it, I guess. And I didn't look at the earlier part of the schedule. Monday, Tuesday, we still got streams going on. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, no streams.
Nailed it.
Here we go. We're just waiting. One team's already back from bio break. We're waiting on one more. I'm just getting ahead. It's already, we're a third of the way through the year.
It's almost April.
2026 going like that. It's a little wild.
Yeah, I know. Time flies when you're having fun, and I think we definitely have fun here. Sometimes too much fun on our Friday night.
Borderline. We're on it. It's the end of the week. It's the start of the weekend. We have some fun, or whether it be us or both duos, us and the other guys as well, who do a fantastic job. Like we have some fun here on the desk. We have some memery go around. It's not like we have to. It's the state of Overwatch right now. You gotta
exactly.
Yeah. You can't, dread on the C9s and the back caps and the Ajaxes.
The Ajax.
Yeah, or the
Is that it?
Rajaxes
Hey.
have become way
Oh,
more
the
common.
Rajax.
And I
We had
am
a
not a
Rajax
fan.
today.
I am not a
Yeah.
fan of the Rajax being way more common than it should.
I'm just glad it has a name to it. Sometimes I feel bad for Ajax, for the actual player who that's named after, because he stopped playing competitively way
Years
before
ago.
Juno was released, and he's still a victim to that. The poor guy. I mean, hey, what a way to make yourself be a part of Overwatch legacy. So, and pretty cool, but at the same time, catching strays for absolutely no reason. We're finally ready, though. We're taking a peek at some pigeons. What could be a final map of our Division 3 quarterfinals here. Texas A&M White, one map away from pulling off the upset. And they're going by the mentality, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, except Zarya, because, well, that had to be fixed.
Yeah, that had to be changed, and I'm that guy again. We'll stay in. So honestly, been doing a great job so far with the maps that he has been given after map 1 starting on the bench. But no, he's been fantastic. And this Zarya can work really well against the Domina. Again, as long as you track your bubble cooldowns efficiently, you can really punish the Domina as soon as she gets out of position.
You have to. It's much easier, I think, to do this into the Domina than it is the Ramattra for sure. Look how low Vesper's health
Oh
bar
my
got.
God.
That was an overhead slash plus some laser beam from I'm That Guy. And likely Moonbaby, considering his ult charge. But yeah, I think this is a more comfortable comp for the University of Alberta. Trixie seems to enjoy the venture more than Vendetta. And goes for Helios over the M-Ray. Whew, that was close as well. Several low health bars for Texas A&M White as they are backing up towards that objective, but that's done for Mind That Guy, one that he will not be living through. Corporate just couldn't get the Suzu to him in time. This had to be used earlier. University of Alberta are making a quick work of this first objective.
Yeah, very quick cap. I'm That Guy kind of just got ditched over by Firehouse. Everybody backed up to the beginning of second phase. Nobody able to help out, but it will be double craze with a little bit of a delay, but it will not be enough to make this first point go any further. Over 5 minutes, and this actually turns into quite the stagger for Alberta. Everybody will go down with the exception of one, but I think, yeah, that'll be short-lived. Team wipe for Alberta, and so much space gained.
Yeah, the fact that they get high ground for free,
Nuts.
like that should be illegal. Like honestly, this is the only part that makes this defense doable, Jesse.
Yeah, the fact that already gets him on the high ground, another stagger. This time onto Corporate, and even though the Maga swap came through, yeah, it's just continued here from Alberta. Pure high ground control. Cards continuing to move. This is going to be rough for A&M to break.
Yeah, I don't know how you get through this. Like, this is just... It's Panopticon, the Kitsune Rush. You're so far behind in a lot of these resources. I'm That Guy sees no other option than to just send it, which, hey, fair enough. You get a trade for the tanks, no Panopticon. And Moonbaby's still on this high ground, or, well, the skybox. It's only Trixie comes up with that second pick and is going to make this workable for the University of Alberta in a fight that, you know, I think could have gone a bit smoother, but you get the same results of controlling this high ground even if you stop pushing for a bit.
Yeah, and getting Blue Bayou at the end is big. Gain a little bit more time and also delay when that sound barrier will be activated, but still only 7% away from Blue Bayou. It's not like it's long. Helios trying to just delay some more time.
Yeah, it just forces everybody back off. Whenever this guy's been on the Sojourn, like, performance value just doubles
Danger.
on this. Like, it's super scary to have to play against. It will be the Vendetta up to the high ground now for double craze.
Oh,
Doesn't really do that much, and they cap anyways. I think that guy was the only one that was on the payload. You don't really want to stick Moonbaby on there, so yeah, a very short-lived defense, even with the pressure that double craze is outputting. 4 minutes 44 seconds, Jesse, is ridiculous.
Yeah, just a little nuts going into the final phase of this map in Alberta. Again, this could be another one of those series that just kind of ping pong back and forth depending on who has the map pick. Is Texas A&M no answer so far to this Domina comp.
No, they just cannot figure out what is going to work. And it's not I'm that guy just running in and just dying. Like, you can get a trade, sure, but it's not worth it. But he peeked his head around the corner for maybe a second. Yeah, no, not a chance. That he was going to live, had to back off. There's the Kitsune Rush down for Corporate and Texas A&M White. A little bit of silence before an inevitable storm to come back.
Yeah, just try. They know they have time to play with. It's not like, you know, last series when we were on this map to where very close, only 90 seconds. You had only just a slim pickings of that time bank.
Ooh!
But maybe you have to wait a little bit longer now.
Yeah, that is a solo
was a
sound
solo
barrier. East, you know, I love East. I'm sure, great person, but these sound barriers have been rough throughout the course of the day. Today, yeah, University of Alberta rose up. It's okay, you have a ton of time to give up, but I don't really think they need to. Helios coming up with that pick on a Corporate, and that guy just doesn't have sustain. Unless Blue Bayou builds up a sound barrier, he knows that he shouldn't stick around.
No, I understand Yeast. They're like, oh, I need a beat because I used a lot of ultimates, but yeah, he was the only one in cage. So yeah, another one on the board for Yeast, but it doesn't matter for Alberta considering they still won the fight.
No. You'll see what this Sunray Strike can come up with. Chunks on that guy's health. Blue Bayou coming in with an emergency sound barrier to patch him up. Only thing it results in is a somewhat decent trade, but because Moonbaby's the one that down, there's no override protocol to come through. Texas A&M White need that if they want to close this out. You have to pray that this stall lasts long enough. Get the M-Ray back in a fighting position. With how low Vesper's health is, I say that it's very much in the cards. Now it's Moonbaby. I'm that guy did his job. What can he come up with? He's been this hero for the team in the past. Everybody backs up. Helios does get caught. So while it's not any final bullets with the M-Ray, you at least force the retreat.
Force the retreat. Moonbaby eventually finds Yeast trying to reset with the rest of his team. 2 minutes remaining now for Alberta to finish off this map. And sometimes it can just be chipping away at the end of this map, but you only got so much time to do so. Already half of that time bank is gone. Tectonic Shock is the only ultimate readily available for Alberta, and we all know it's not going to do a ton. This Kitsune Rush, though, fends off any sort of want.
Ooh, I thought there was a bigger gap in that wall, but Vesper is okay. The Suzu was deployed. Everybody from University of Alberta, never mind, Helios is dead. I like, they're around the corner. How can they die? Helios, like, bet, I'm gonna peek my head out, eats Cheerio out of Blue Bayou there. So, no Sojourn for this fight, but University of Alberta, they don't want to give up this positioning.
Yeah, Alberta don't want to have to fully reset, but again, there's only so much they can really do. And just like that, another 40 seconds gone with no real progress of any kind. And now A&M starting to build up some of their more impactful ultimates. Sound Barrier only 20 away. Cage Fight's only 20 away. I think if you're Alberta, you got to win this fight, or I have a feeling A&M will hold.
A lot of ults, though. They're going to win it. As you said, Jesse, time is now. It's a very effective retreat, I gotta say, from Texas A&M White. Until Trixie caught them hiding around the corner. Nopticon is out. It's very split engaged, but because I'm that guy just got Cage Fight up, there's not a chance for him to plop it down on the objective, and no more stall to be found. Blue Bayou denied the last touch. So what started off as a 4-minute 45-second time think got shaved down by those 4 minutes and will result in that full cap for the University of Alberta.
Yeah, it looked a little bit rough there for Alberta for a tiny bit, but eventually able to push on through. You can see the kills. It doesn't feel like, or you wouldn't be able to guess A&M held for that long, considering the low amount of kills right now. Only 4 for Double Craze. Moonbaby does have 8, almost 9,500 damage on the M-Rays so far, but it really was the Alberta show during the entirety of that first round. 0 deaths for Kile. What?
Wow.
That is ridiculous value.
Like, the deaths are so low for the entirety of University of Alberta, and because they lost fights for 4 minutes straight, like, you'd think that it'd be higher, but I think they were just doing such effective kiting that they didn't really lose that many players overall. Like, it was, oh, we were down 1 or 2, all right, back off, we'll reset. Like, there was never there weren't really many full team wipes throughout the course of that. There never was one on the side of the University of Alberta. Very impressive stuff, and again, a testament to the discipline that this team can have.
Yeah, we're trying to. Oh, somebody got picked. We gotta wait a little bit. Oh, somebody else got picked.
Yeah.
We gotta wait a little bit. The person getting picked, Matt Keeley. I can tell you that much. He has been unreal today, and this position, arguably one of the best for Dominant in the entire game. This choke point is already hard to push through. With Dominant shield and all the abilities galore, can be difficult. That's why you see A&M immediately just avoid that choke point entirely.
Yeah, no, not a chance. And I think this is a much smarter move. Okay, if Trixie connected that drill dash, I would have said that would have been a bit sketchy. But no, he'll be fine. Double Craze being on the Tracer, I think it can help contest the Venture, just not in a small room, and not if you have a kunai stuck between your eyeballs. That is what you are afraid of. If Trixie can get the angle, finishes off Moon Baby, it'll be a solid cleanup for the University of Alberta.
Yeah, Alberta, beautiful pinch there on the side from Trixie and company, and already one fight out of the way. The Mei, I like the idea of the Mei. We've actually seen her get played more and more on this map, just because there is some tighter corridors and even like blocking off this opening choke. Sometimes you just put the wall down so you get a safe rotation. That time, it's actually the cleanse already forced out from corporate.
Ooh. Okay. Oh, that was a Mei. I don't know why I thought Mei was Kiriko for a second. I'm like, Double Craze are gonna TP out, but nope. And that guy just kind of walked forwards. I don't think he realized the rest of his team was still just stuck in the choke point there. And Trixie, my goodness, is thriving in the small corner. You just cannot walk down an alleyway if there's a Venture there.
You know, historically speaking, alleyway is not the most safe way of transport, and I think A&M White finding that out the hard way right now. But it's such a risk going down main. I understand why the hesitation is there. At least Helios also already very low, having to play this a little bit safe. But these ults now starting to get built up, but Helios will get finished off.
Ooh, goodbye, Helios. Yeah, Moon Baby finally getting the better of the other soldier, and we've been sending the other way around. Majority of the time that match has been mirrored. Texas A&M White, and just kind of chilling. And there's, I believe, I don't know who could be on point. Maybe Blue by. Oh no, somehow I'm that guy managed to wrap clear around to the other side while the rest of his team is at the choke. A very split approach, but it's working out to a degree. Yeast gets taken out by the overclock, and the overhealth from the sound barrier, plus the Kitsune rush is just too much to handle. Support ult's getting built up just a little bit faster, and that is what will get the Aggies the point.
Yeah, again, a little bit longer than maybe the Aggies were hoping, but eventually flip it on over. Yeah, I'm that guy that's kind of slipped through over the point, made some awkward rotations there for Alberta, and it will be capitalized by A&M. So now, oh, I was about to say Helios had high ground to try and find an answer, but his head got taken off, so.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. It's
Whoops.
like as soon as we said Helios, that's the Sojourn guy. Emre, that's all Moon Baby. Nope, Moon Baby's like, bet. Took that as a challenge, and that pretty much since this round started, I think has been getting the better of him on that specific matchup. Although it's been a little bit of a slower push, I think that's kind of what you're expecting from this Domino mirror.
Especially because they didn't get any staggers, right? So it's not like you have that high ground for free, Trixie. That's dangerous.
Your Venture, everything's dangerous if you don't have Burrow.
True.
Let's just go with that. And he lived. I think that's what University of Alberta care about. You just don't really do much from the high ground. Like, the Venture doesn't get value until you push this payload down into the other choke. It's so easy to turn around and kind of just force these cooldowns out. There's the Panopticon. And that guy loses his head, and there just wasn't any follow-up to come on. I think that Panopticon only went onto Trixie, as a matter of fact, as they went away. And this is fantastic, because now Alberta can hold all these small doors, which is great if you're Trixie.
This is a great spot, especially, yeah, Trixie can just kind of play around these corners, dip in, burrow out, while Vesper can just hold the front line. Again, there's only one way to get to this cart right now. It's not like there's several ways to do it. So that shield will just be sitting there the whole time. And we talked about it in pre-map. You know, Winston could get called out. I'm that guy, has made the swap. Let's see if it can make a difference once again.
It was a clutch swap in map number 3 for Esperanza there. To help Texas A&M really turn the tides. I don't know how well it's going to work here, though. This is not a very Winston-favored map, and you're just abandoning your team, essentially, in the front line. You do get the sound barrier out in response to Corporate's Kitsune rush on height, there's just not much to show from all of those fireworks going off. Nocticon out.
Snipe.
I think that just went out to Keelays. That was a snipe in the back line. Or excuse me, on the corporate. And post supports. Getting these headshots. Like, I know the joke is tank players can't aim. Vesper's making me think that.
Oh, so tank players can aim. Excuse you. Just not all the time. Or at least in my games, it's not great.
Aren't you the take in some of these situations?
We gotta say that much.
Oh, ditched by lamppost. That sucks. Been there. Unfortunate turn, but hey, you got Moon Baby on the high ground and an overclock. Those are pretty fun. And you already got a pick. Cool. You can walk forwards, no fear of Trixie, just going boo ha, like Jack in the Box kind of thing, staring ya. And you can move forwards. You know, that's what Venture does. You just jump out from around the corner. It's fantastic. Texas A&M White though. We'll move on up. They got the high ground completely, but only 40 seconds left to work with.
Yeah, they have plenty of time. High ground for Moon Baby doesn't have the overclock, but Helios does, and that's why you can see Alberta try to fight for it, and they do. Helios already at cheeky 2-piece, and A&M will have to try and reset as a 3K for the Soldier. We just had to talk enough about, hey, Moon Baby popping off on the Soldier. Helios reminding us it is his hero at the end of the day. 10 seconds left. No ultimates for A&M.
No, they get a whole lot of nothing to work with, and I'm that guy. Might not even get to the payload to begin with. Has to go in the swarm, attempting the health pack, but will be chased down. The University of Alberta Rosa, they do not want to go out here. They want to take this distance and show, hey, we're still the #1 seed. We still have the firepower, and Helios absolutely proved it here on this map. This map 5, Jesse, is in our future.
Map 5, here we go. The words that every viewer wants to hear, but the teams probably dread most of the time, except Alberta. And yeah, who else? Trixie absolutely popped off on this map. On the Venture, which you don't typically see a whole lot on Midtown, but it worked out brilliantly. Oh my god, that was a double with that.
You can't go down an alleyway if there's a Venture there. That's what the Venture's gonna be.
It is like the perfect game plan for a Venture to be like, oh, you can't run. What are we doing here? Of course, just go in, get some kills, hang out. Yeah, and all of a sudden, we got a map 5 on our hand, Mally, in the 1-8 game here in the Central Playoffs.
It only makes sense because it doesn't make sense. That is the type of day that Overwatch of the NECC variety has given us, and I am so here for that. I cannot wait to see what Map 5 has in store for us, Jesse. I mean, it's back to Texas A&M White, but for Flashpoint, arguably the least important of the map picks. What else are they going to do to show that they can still compete within this series? That is what we are going to find out. But before we get there, we're going to take a quick break, let our teams get ready to go, and finish this one off in a tiebreaker.
Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard.
Map 5 banger is where we find ourselves here in our Division 3 quarterfinals. 1 seed versus the 8 seed. As they look to pull the upset, Texas A&M Whites, they're the ones that get the map pick for a Flashpoint, as well as the... Actually, wait, it's not Flashpoint. NECC rules. That's right. We can play variety.
You're right.
Oh, it's not just Flashpoint. There
I
are
will say
options
it's so weird.
available. It is... I forgot. I totally forgot. Well, we're going to find out. Did they pick Flashpoint?
Still
Anyways, they
it's
did.
still
Didn't
fake.
matter. Okay, so Tech City is where we will end our series today. Regardless of who wins, we gotta give Universal Bird credit. They rallied after that Esperanza loss.
Yeah.
But can they keep that momentum up? Because Texas A&M White, I think, they aren't that far behind. And Emre, Moonbaby, still very much alive.
Oh, yeah. It makes me really curious what the bans are going to be here, especially the initial from A&M. Considering how much Dominant has been played, not a single ban from A&M so far. Is this the time to do it? And then you protect the Ramatra ban as well. I think it would be pretty smart to go that route. They don't. They had to go the Venture, which granted...
You have to do that, actually.
Yeah, that was one of the only other options that actually felt pretty good. Is the Venture. Joker Queen, I think for the banter is funny. Maybe they know something we don't. But I don't know. Joker Queen's kind of just in a bad spot right now, especially with the bug that I think is still kind of around, where the knife doesn't really pull as often as it should. But yeah, Claybird is back in.
Ooh,
so
okay.
after not playing since map 1, he will make a return for the final map of the night, and that's why we will see the Ramatra back as well.
Okay. So we did talk about this a little bit during the break on whether Claybird would actually come back in or not, because it's been a while. Like, that is a lot of
Long
cooldown
time.
time. A lot of cooldown time. And you're coming in from map 5 to determine whether your team will move on or end your season. Like, that is a lot of pressure for Claybird coming into this matchup. I think the decision is good. You ban Venture on the best map. You shut Trixie down, who hasn't had much of an identity on other heroes, and force the Ramatra into Vesper's Malga.
The Malga is a choice. Again, I think it will actually play really well against the Ramatra, but it's also heaven for Moonbaby. You can just immediately charge up your railgun and then unleash it on a squishy. That is why already kind of Ring Around the Rosie is starting above the Flashpoint.
Both teams mirroring the supports as well, so the Lucio speed will be key in some of this mobile kind of thing. Once Claybird gets his Nemesis form closed out, I think that's where things change, or when a pinch happens. And right now it is the pinch of Trixie finding Moonbaby, who likely strayed too far away from the core of his team. Claybird will fall as Trixie looking to complete the full circle and meet up with Vesper in the middle as UA get the first cap.
Alberta with the cap, this Maga will create issues for A&M. It makes me wonder even if like a Reaper or a May could be the answer from Double Craze. The Vendetta isn't bad into this, but it's not like you're going to chunk the Maga down purely with the Vendetta like you will other tanks, just because he can self-heal so much. It's going to take so much more than that, but that is a crisp shot.
I didn't even see Helios on my screen. Like, I don't know how Moonbaby makes this happen. Yeah, literally a pixel. Sticking out and a fantastic opening. We talked about over and over how first picks and Moonbaby mission Moonbaby. That's what we called it. And I gotta say, it is definitely a go here on this first part. He's cooking again.
Yeah, the man just cannot be stopped tonight. It's been a little crazy how consistent he has been on the Sojourn and the Emre, and hoping for the Aggies at least that he can continue that form. I'm curious as the series goes on and this map goes on, will there be any tank swaps, or are we going to continue kind of this awkward matchup with the Maga versus the Ramatra? You saw Claybird trying to keep his distance.
Yeah, and you get the Cardiac Overdrive already out of Vesper. So he's much more vulnerable. And Moonbaby again strikes and finds Helios. Vesper has no sustain left to go. Claybird finishes him off with one more pummel. And it is all Texas A&M White on this fight control.
Yeah, Claybird's doing a great job of just holding on to the shield instead of the initial entry from Alberta to try and get some early poke. Actually waiting until the Cardiac Overdrive is popped. It's usually what you see from a lot of divas in the Diva Maga matchup, is saving a lot of defense matrix for that. but obviously the shield, longer cooldown, but it's working so far.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Vesper uses all of his health, basically, just to get to the point. Shield in his face, well, can't get any of that back. And Claybird's Ramantra is just insane. You'd think he might slow down a bit. I mean, Trixie and Helios committing ults. Unless this is a big swap for University of Alberta, I really don't know how to feel about this, because this point is done and gone.
It does pull off the sound barrier from Blue Bayou. That is the one benefit, but it is both DPS ults traded for just the sound barrier. So overall, A&M not going to be too angry with how that went. Still the Annihilation in hand, Sundering Strike 3/4 of the way. But now both support ultimates for Alberta. Probably, whether it be the Kile Kitsune Rush to enter or an aggro beat, plenty of tools on the table for Alberta to use.
Many options to pull out. What is it going to be? Just the Kitsune Rush? Texas A&M completely respecting that. They'll give up first cap and look for a new angle.
Yeah, already. Alberta like, we're not content. We're just sitting on point. We're going to push up. Cage fight already used, and Claybird stuck.
Well, how stuck is Claybird, let's be honest? Still has the shield to pull. I'd be more concerned for the other players, like Double Craze, who lose all mobility and have lower health. It is a 4v3, I believe, favoring the University of Alberta, so that's enough for Texas A&M White to back off.
Yeah, enough for them just to chill out. Moon Baby just gets ran over by Vesper, and this can be a little bit awkward. Helios is holding that outside angle, so you still have to give that Sojourn a lot of attention, and the Disruptor shots on Shoker is making it even longer for A&M to have any sort of entry into this.
Woo! Sound barrier will hit from east. That one not nearly as scary as some of the others. To make sure University of Alberta can sustain in the fight. And Double Craze, though, doesn't really care about that. The sound barrier was almost early. Everybody waited. Texas A&M before that push. You sustain Claybird with the Annihilation. Vesper runs to his own doom. We'll see a flip back over on this Junkyard objective.
Yeah, Junkyard swaps over 99% already, though, for Alberta. So it'll be the mini reversal here needed from A&M to go 2-0 up on the map. If not, it'll be a best of 3 in the final 3 rounds of a New Junk City to decide our next team in the West playoffs here for Division 3. Overclock and Sound Barrier still open, but it's Helios who opens.
Yeah, great sound barrier for Blue Bayou. That was looking real sketchy, especially for Moon Baby for a second. And yeah, with the sound barrier in his face, there's just so few options for Helios there. Gets unceremonially shoved off the cliff to end it.
Yeah, just kind of like, oh, well, I don't have another glide, so bye. And all of a sudden, yeah, one fight needed now for A&M to have that mini reversal. And good thing is, you know, no ultimates readily available for Alberta, but they will have at least one, maybe even up to 3 for this fight. A&M will look for a quick fight or a quick pick-off to deny that advantage.
And you're looking for Moon Baby to get the charge off of Vesper. Clifford sealed in an awkward position. All he can do is sit there and try to tank.
Oh, it's very
Vesper,
low.
though, 1 HP. Moon Baby finishes him off. And this is going to be scrappy, to say the least. Without a tank, though, it's so much harder for University of Alberta to actually contest this objective with how healthy Claybird currently is. And it's just Moon Baby bringing out the broom, sweeping up body after body to close out this point. 2-0 is what we're looking at for Texas A&M White, Jesse, and one more, and the upset is complete.
Man, Blue Pyre, just a cheeky little boop there at the end. And Vesper, is he going to get staggered out here? Yeast at least will.
Yeah.
Vesper will as well. Some critical staggers for A&M White, because now they have all the time in the world to make the cross map rotate. They will easily gain control of the objective before it unlocks, and it'll put Alberta in a very awkward spot because the other 3 members were already here.
This is not a point, too, that you just want to be here first. This one is rough to have to push onto. Dragon Blade's out for Trixie to try to ease some of this pain, but yeah, that was a choice for Moon Baby. Gonna be honest, with Trixie in his face, and best case scenario, honestly, for the University of Alberta, you shut down the pop-off player on the ult and get first cap.
Yeah, first cap, even though it was A&M White who got around first. And that was a nice cheeky blade there from Tricky, even in the eye of an overclock from Moon Baby. Able to find the elimination onto the other ulting DPS. A&M White, Annihilation, continuing rush to try and run on in. Vesper could use the cage fight just to delay, but that Annihilation is going to hurt more than it'll help in that cage fight.
It catches 4 members of Texas A&M White. I mean, the Kitsune Rush is there. Already losing out on move. I couldn't tell. Clayburn hesitant to commit any further. Waits for the ult to end. Sees he still has a decent amount of team left. But how much is that going to matter? Soundberries for either team. Helios didn't catch it on the side of the University of Alberta, though. Texas A&M White have managed to even out the odds, and because this Annihilation is lasting forever, nobody can cut line of sight from this Ramontra, and it's going to cost University of Alberta the point.
It will flip it around. Trixie staggered out. But again, maybe this is another one. It just happened last Flashpoint on Junkyard. Alberta hold on to it for a while. White eventually flip, and they're able to find the snowball to win the Flashpoint. Trixie actually off the Genji. Going over to the Mei to try and punish Clayburn more. Trying to play some of these aggressive positions to help out Vesper as well in the tank duel.
And that and having Kitsune Rush to enter, it is looking like a very dead Clayburn right about now. The Thunder Strike does help slow some of the attack down. It's just not going to shut it off. Like, Helios ended up using the overclock, though. Everyone is kited around this corner. Again, this is what Texas A&M White have been good at all day long. They're okay to give up the point if they can keep all 5 players up, force resources out of the University of Alberta, and to take the actual fight that they want to. They'll have a confirmed touch on the objective. Vesper's gonna go down here, sits in front of Moon Baby for half a second too long, and is back to another overclock. Yeast falls, looking for the Kiriko, gets the poof, but not nearly enough. It's right where Double Craze was already set and ready to go. Flip back over. Do they even touch?
They should have a touch. Yeast should at least get there, but it's going to be a little bit of a disorganized one at best. And the worst part is Yeast is probably the one that needs to touch, but that means that sound barrier will not reach unless somehow he's able to live past that.
Yeah, I don't think you can live if you're going for this final touch, but I think Vesper did get there first, so it's a more sustained option. But without Keeley, you can't keep him alive. Texas A&M White, that is the final domino that needed to be hit. All they need to do is make sure the rest of them fall one after another, and they are going to complete the upset. 8 seed over the first to move on in the Forge Trials to the semifinals.
What a night of upsets here in NECC. A&M White, the 8 seed, 3-2 over the 1 seed of Alberta. And one of Canada's finest will bow out a little bit earlier than expected here in the D3 West playoffs. What a performance. I'll say for both teams, gave it everything. Let's say that. But A&M, again, being able to rotate those subs in. And even though, yes, we had a little bit of worry. Like, man, the tank hasn't played since map 1. How are they going to do here during map 5 in a do or die scenario? The answer is pretty dang well, to say the least.
I think that's an understatement. Sweeping map number 3? I expected this to be pretty close, but not at all. The confidence was surging, like having a confident Ramontra player too. Coming back in, we questioned how well Clay would be able to perform after having such a long downtime between that, not to mention the pressure that he was just waltzing into. Not a problem whatsoever for Texas A&M White. They are going to continue their Forge Trials run, and they're going to send University of Alberta home, dealing only their 2nd loss of the entire semester.
Yeah, it was just an unreal performance here for A&M, and just what a way to continue your playoff run. Against condolences to Alberta. What a season. Just falls a little bit short here in the quarterfinals of the Forge Trials, which are presented by the Army National Guard. Answer the call at nationguard.com or nationalguard.com. And again, a thank you to the National Guard and Army National Guard for sponsoring us here during the playoffs run. But it will be A&M surviving another day. Survive and advance, and survive is probably the more key word there. They definitely did tonight.
And they'll have an extended break as well, as we will have a half a week off from our NECC games. So that will include Wednesday through Friday. No streams will be happening then, but we will still have Monday for Valorant and Tuesday for Marvel Rivals. So make sure you follow all NECC socials here, stay updated, support these collegiate students in their esports journey. And then we will be back on April 8th for the remainder of streams after early next week. And if all playoffs are going to be like this, Jesse, we have so much fun stuff to look forward to.
Oh, we have just an absolute buffet of games coming up then here in the next month. If that is going to be the case, make sure you drop a follow. However you're watching, stay tuned, everybody. The Forge trials are just beginning here in NECC, not only in Overwatch, but across the board. From Tidy Shiny, myself, the incredible crew behind the scenes. 4-hour stream here tonight. It's a lot going on. So shout out everybody behind the scenes. But that'll be it for us tonight. Have a great night, and we will see you back Monday for Valorant.
Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard.